We've got number 12, Cherry Bomb. Number 16, Captain Harley Quinn. Number 220, Nicotine Kills. Number 24, Socket to Ya. Number 314, Elbow Bell. Number 321, Spitfire. Number 327, Scooby Doom. Number 408, Zoe Diggity. Number 46, Donna Dangerous. Number 52, Madness. Number 7, Quicksilva. Number 76, Johnny Crash. Number 867, Teen Titan. Number 900, Fizzgig. And number 926, Blocked or Who.
All right, welcome to day one of the Bridge City Riot. My name is Puns and Roses. I am joined by...
I'm Brett Poole. Thanks for having me, Puns.
I'm happy to have you here.
It's great to be here. It's a beautiful morning.
It is lovely. It's a nice day to be in Portland.
It is, and I will say after last year's heat wave during Bridge City Riot, this is a pleasant change.
Yes, it is. All right, we are going to start out. We're going to see the Rosebuds captain, Harley Quinn, number 16, behind that Jam on Hawthorne jam line, up against, I cannot see the full number. I know there's a 5 in there somewhere. That might be Bridge Burner, or Lightning McQueen. Oh, bet it's Lightning McQueen.
I bet you're right. I can't see a number yet.
We will see as soon as this kicks off. So, for all those watching out there, thank you for being here. Feel free to put something in the chat, say where you're from or where you're watching from, who you're cheering for. If you have any questions, feel free to throw that in the chat. We will do our best to answer as we can.
Puns, I think that may be number 13, Grim Reaper.
Oh,
starting
yeah.
for the knockouts.
That looked like a 5, but yeah, you're right. I think that is a 3. Waiting for the officials to give the all clear here. Rosebuds starting off in that 4-point offense. So just so you know, our jam line is brought to you by Jam on Hawthorne, Portland's best vegan-friendly, booze-friendly, kid-friendly, omnivore-friendly, everybody-friendly breakfast. Oh, there we go. There's the 5-second call. And they're off. Harley Quinn on the inside.
Wow, that was quick.
Great work there by Fizzgig to open that lane. And you are correct. That is Grim Reaper, who is now stuck in a tripod.
That is a tough tripod.
Yeah, that is Sakatuya, Cherry Bomb.
Looks
and
like Fizz is going to the penalty box for a back block.
And there goes the cap.
We've got a star pass to 112. Looks like Slamby.
Slamby, yes.
Slamby taking the star and, gosh, immediately stuck back in the pack.
And that was a Two-Town star pass brought to you by Two-Town Cider House, boldly crafted, freshly pressed cider made right here in Oregon. So Johnny Crash and Sakatuya just doing work on Slamby at the front of the pack.
Slamby fought hard, almost got through.
And that is another 4 points. Harley Quinn up to 12 already. And Fizzgig has cleared that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
And that's the jam.
And there it is.
Harley with the cough. That's a quick start for the Buds All-Stars. We'll see what the knockouts can do.
So next up, we're going to see Quicksilva up against, is that number 10? Cinderella.
That's a great name.
That is a great name. And Teen Titan trying to open a lane on the outside. Oh,
wow.
Cinderella is through quickly, is your lead jammer.
Quicksilva through here in the engagement zone. We'll see if we get a quick call off here after some points.
Cinderella coming in.
They're
Quicksilva
going to run this a little bit.
in, and there's...
Silva picked up some points. Oh, no. Track cut.
Yeah.
Quicksilva the box does pick up 2 for the Buds All-Stars.
But this will be a power start for the knockouts. I believe that's Maddie Hatter. Nope, semi-slam.
Yep. We'll get
Oh, yep. Gotcha. Semi-slam working in the front against, I believe that's Cherry Bomb.
Oh, that is a tough task.
And Sakatuya trapped at the back.
Buds extending the pack down to 1 up at the front. A valiant effort.
Great work by Johnny Crash, holding as long as possible.
And killed a good 20, 25 seconds of that penalty.
Yep. And here comes Rapunzel with some offense.
Quicksilver back on the track. They'll try and make their way through. They've got the cap off.
And somebody's heading to the box. That is
Sakatuya.
Sakatuya.
Head block.
Quicksilver getting forced out and recycled by Maddie Hatter. Rip Curler back there on the that back wall. No pack called. And that is semi-slam for 4. Quicksilver recycled. Oh, semi-slam just dropped to the outside by Johnny Crash.
See, Cherry Bomb is now in the Rebel Heart therapy box. See, legal position. I did not see if that was a destruction of the pack.
Well, we got 2 players in the Rebel Heart therapy penalty box doing some group therapy.
Group therapy.
And Quicksilver is through. Good offense there from Riled Up.
See what semi-slam does here is Quicksilver gets to the back of the pack. Looks like they're going to run this.
And good defense. The knockouts deny points.
We've got a close game to start.
14-11 is your score after 3 jams.
Holding the Rosebuds All-Stars to a 0-point jam doesn't happen often.
All right, so next up we're going to see Zoe Diggity up against Grim Reaper. Nikki Jams and company trying to contain Zoe Diggity at the front. Help coming from Nicotine Kills.
Drop back to center back, and there's Zoe Diggity. Lead jammer status.
Great effort there by Belladonna, but it just wasn't enough. Oh, wow. Beautiful apex jump by Zoe Diggity.
The stars back in the hands of the former pivot 112, Slamby.
That is another 2-town Cider House star pass and another apex jump.
Jeez.
Look at that smile on Zoe Diggity's face. She's feeling it right now. Oh, blocked her. Who?
Jeez. Blocked her. What a big hit.
That was absolutely incredible.
And elbow bell right there to help clean up.
Forced out on the inside by Belladonna.
So Diggity through for another 4-point scoring pass.
Offense coming for the knockouts by number 69, Nikki Jams. Another force out on Zoe Diggity. Nicotine Kills once again with the offense. 37 seconds left in this jam. Elbow bell heading to the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
It's like a direction penalty. So Diggity through for another 4 with under 30 to go in the jam.
Scooby Doom anchoring that back tripod. Just nowhere for Slammy to go. And as I say that, here comes the offense. Great work there by Lightning McQueen and company to open up a lane.
So we threw once more, and that looks like will be the end of the jam. The elbow bell leaving the Rebel Heart Therapy box. Boy, that was a big jam.
That was
Buds All-Stars.
24 points. That definitely opened that lead right back up. And next up, we're going to see Spitfire up against, looks like Cinderella.
Wow.
Fizzgig and
Jeez,
socket to you.
That's twice Fizzgig has really cleared a lane on the inside. Got their jammer through immediately. And then immediately turns to soul crushing. Ah,
Fizzgig with the directional.
Back to the penalty box.
That is.
Wow. Cherry Bomb with the force out recycle. Heard that once or twice before.
Yeah, just a few times. And
it's like a cut on Tiki Torture. They head to the penalty box.
And Rosebud's looking to run this a little bit. Here comes the offense, number 49, Killer Kiwi and company. But now they have to drop back into a defensive position.
Fizzgig returns to the track. And that jam is called.
Good force out there by Bridgeburner to force that call off.
And 3 points picked up by the knockouts in that jam.
Our penalty box is sponsored by Rebel Heart Therapy, therapy for queer, poly, kinky, quirky folks.
The Rosebuds lineup.
That is
Donna
Donna Dangerous. And that is Sam I Slam. Donna Dangerous getting some offensive help up at the front from Teen Titan. And, oh, Scooby Doom blocked her Who doing work at the back. Good force out there by Maddie Hatter. Oh.
Blocked her Who to the penalty box with a forearm.
And here comes the offense from Tiki Torture and company.
4-2 pack advantage right now for the knockouts.
And it's still a 4-2 pack advantage as Teen Titan goes to the box. So Scooby Doom having to do work solo.
Yeah, and it looks like Johnny
Johnny
Crash is going
Crash
right back.
right back in.
How to play block penalty.
So that is 10 penalties so far for the Buds, only 2 for the knockouts. So right now the knockouts are actually outscoring the Buds on this jam as the Buds forced to just run it to clear the penalty box.
Long drawback.
Oh, good spin there by Donna
what
Dangerous.
A spin.
You cannot give Donna Dangerous an inch.
No, especially when she's moving. They are quick.
Donna forced out to the inside. Rapunzel now anchoring that inside of the pack there for the knockouts, and there's the call-off.
Call-off.
That was an 11-10 jam in favor of the knockouts.
Wow. Another nice jam for the knockouts.
.187 killer pads, often imitated, never duplicated. Stick with the best. All right, here we go. Harley Quinn once again up against Grim Reaper.
Nice block by Madness to get Harley Quinn through, earn lead jammer status. And that's Riled Up headed to the penalty box for some Rebel Heart Therapy for a direction penalty.
30 seconds in the penalty box, so give her a good chance to think about what she's done. Oh, Cherry Bomb
nice
coming up
move
on the
outside.
offense. Oh, wow.
Grim Reaper really towed the line, did a nice job to make progress. Yeah, the Buds
Johnny
chased them
Crash
down.
Just there.
Wow. And then
Cherry Bomb with that force out.
it looks like
Cherry
they
Bomb.
are going to the penalty box for a direction penalty. No earned pass signaled by Jam Ref allows Grim Reaper to continue. And
Wow. Harley just dancing on the outside edge.
walking the tightrope.
Fizzgig draws the track cut.
Oh, wow.
Well played by Fizzgig.
Big hit by Fizzgig.
Buds
As
up
they
to
try
full
to-
strength now.
Trying to trap Nikki Jams at the back of the pack. Wow.
Great work by Harley just to separate that tripod.
Another 24-point jam for the Rosebuds All-Stars.
2 for the knockout.
And this will be a power start for Quicksilva. With Grim Reaper still serving the balance of their penalty.
And here we come with the offense. Elbow Bell and company. Trapping a goat. And that's going to be an out of play.
Yep. Oh, and looks
2
like-
out of plays.
Wow. Grim Reaper making their way back onto the track. 4-2 pack advantage for the Rosebuds as Quicksilva.
Takes advantage of that.
Wow.
Bridge Burner and Tiki Torch are doing all they can to break up those buds, but now having to drop
Blocked
into
her
defense.
Hoove, Nicotine, and Scooby Doom.
Yeah.
Suffocating defense.
That is tough to beat. Quicksilva coming in.
Yep.
And we got a
Got a
star pass.
pass.
Two
That's
Town Cider House star pass to Cinderella.
Cinderella through. Let's see what Quicksilva decides to do.
And there's the call
That's
off.
the end of the jam.
Triple Eight, the certified sweat saver, developed, tested, and trusted by the best.
We have Sam I Slam and Zoe Diggity lined up on our Jam on Hawthorne Jam line.
And we're starting to see the penalty count even up a little bit, up to 11 for the Buds, 7 for the knockouts, and we have an official timeout. This official timeout, as all of our timeouts, brought to you by RCR's official realtor. Welcome to PDX. Well, I'm enjoying this so far. It's been, I mean, the quality of play has been great. You know,
Very
Buds-
good. Yeah, there's the two big jams for the Buds. Otherwise, the game's been
Fairly
pretty even.
Yeah.
See if both of these teams can stay out of penalty trouble.
Yeah, that's been a big part of it.
Yeah, both instances where the Rosebuds really pulled away, they had a substantial pack advantage for the better part of the jam. Got a pivot line start. Zoe Diggity looks to the outside.
Oh, wow.
Big force out. Wow.
That was Slamby.
Wow.
Well done.
Great job. Great discipline to drop those bridges and keep the pack together.
And Zoe Diggity, I guess waiting to catch the knockout sleeping or something.
Slamby with another force out. Wow, what a move.
Zoe Diggity's just slippery.
Well, Fizz and Socket have Slam contained. Cap comes off as Zoe Diggity becomes the lead jammer.
Zoe Diggity making them work for it. Oh, forced out.
Nice move to the outside.
And Cherry Bomb with a long, long drawback on Sam I Slam.
Sam I Slam right back into that try. Well, we've got a star pass.
And that is another two Town Cider House star pass to Slamby.
That's I believe that's 3 star passes Slamby's taken already.
Yes. I believe you're right. And this is only Jam 9.
And they've done well when they've had the star. Let's see how they do. That is a tough wall to try to get through.
Oh, I do not envy that.
Wow. Did they stay? What? The pirouette.
Just amazing footwork. I couldn't do that even when I was young and flexible.
Looks like Belladonna to the penalty box for a direction penalty. Get some Rebel Heart therapy for the next 30 seconds. I remember being younger. I don't ever remember being flexible. So,
Yeah.
oh no. Slam
mean-
the cut penalty, so they will go to the penalty box
As a jammer.
as the
that's
jammer,
rough.
and this jam is going to come to its natural conclusion, which will give the Rosebuds a power start.
Yeah, flexible was a very relative term for my younger years. Slightly more flexible
Yeah.
than I am now.
I think if I worked at it for a good 6 weeks, I might be able to touch my toes.
Oof, my toes might as well be on a different planet. All right, here we go. Teen Titan elbow bell. Oh, wow.
Nice
Great
hit by
force out. Rip
3-9.
curler.
Wow. Forces Spitfire all the way back near the jam line. And looks like elbow bell is headed to the penalty box. It's like a direction penalty. And in comes, wow, that was quick.
Yeah, blocked her who. Good work there to
Jeez.
seal the inside.
All right, Slamby on the track for their initial trip and blocked her. Another force out, looking for the star pass, maybe. The Spitfire scores another 4. Star pass
And
does
then
go to number 317. That's riled up. Look,
That is yet another two-town Cider House star pass.
Teen Titan, wow. Nice job holding them one-on-one.
Offense coming from Slamby now.
And in comes Spit. Oh,
Spitfire looking for that apex jump, denied perfectly by the knockouts.
oof. Elbow bell right to the path of the jammer. I don't know that they quite expected that. That was a good bump.
Ooh, that's going to be a back block.
Yep. That's
Unmistakable.
That had the look.
So here comes some offense from the knockouts. Looking to
Knockout.
trap Scooby Doom as a goat.
Scooby Doom breaks through.
And here comes the rest of the knockouts. Trying to get bodies on bodies, but the Buds are just reforming perfectly.
And Mickey Jams had a big hit on elbow bell to try to clear lane. That will be the end of the jam. And they hold the knockout scoreless. 10:30 remaining in the first half.
I'd like to thank our sponsors, Menopause Northwest and Portland Vital Signs.
So Spitfire standing.
So very brief power start for Cinderella.
Cinderella, wow. Nice move to get around Johnny Crash.
There's
Yeah,
a destruction call on somebody.
Looks like Thrasher Crasher. Yep. And off to the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box they go. Cherry Bomb, nice force out and recycle on Kiwi, on Killer Kiwi.
Spitfire up and over. Just blitzed through.
So Tiki Torture to the penalty box on a direction penalty.
Oh, high block. So that is 4 skaters. That is a lot of group therapy in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
Don't we quite have a diet pack yet, but we're getting close.
Oh,
Wow. Spit made that look easy.
well, that 3-2 pack advantage helped a lot.
Definitely. And now the knockouts will briefly have a 4-3 pack advantage.
Thrasher Crashing Company doing good work, but Fizzky just clears it out with the offense.
Great block. Cherry Bomb back in the pack. Cinderella making good moves. Looks like we've got
Ooh, that's
no penalties. So Cherry Bomb back to the penalty box on a form. That is 4 on Cherry Bomb.
not so good. So Cherry Bomb definitely in penalty trouble right now.
Wow.
Going to have to dial that back. That's 2 forearms and 1 jam.
Spit through again. As Cinderella makes their way out of their initial trip. And there's the call off.
That was another 24-point jam. And once again, some penalty trouble for the knockouts. Just gave the Buds that opportunity.
Even as the penalty count is closed up, it looks like we're at 15 for the Buds. And
12 for the knockouts.
12 for the knockouts. The Rosebuds have put up a couple of big jams.
So we're going to have Donna Dangerous. And that, I believe, is Semi Slam. I think one thing that the Buds have going for them right now is a deeper jammer rotation.
It could be. And, of course, blocked or who.
Yeah.
That helps you. Wow. Cherry with the offense. Trying to make a hole for Donna, but the knockouts close it up.
Blocked or who, I believe, is the only remaining Rosebud that went to the JRDA World Cup this past summer.
We've got a high block on 1-8. It is Maddie Hatter.
Donna Dangerous forced out, recycled back. Oh,
So
fast reaction.
Blocked or who with a direction penalty.
And the cap is off for Semi Slam.
Another direction penalty
And
this time.
we have a two-town Cider House star pass to Lightning McQueen.
Donna through again as Rapunzel takes a seat in the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
Lots of group therapy in the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box in the past little bit.
Lightning McQueen through. Ah, so close. No, I do love the hustle when even when a jammer or pivot turn jammer knows that they're unlikely to get points because the lead jammer is going to call off the jam. I love to see them hustle and force the call off as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that is always a good thing to see. All right, once again, we're going to see Grim Reaper and Harley Quinn.
Oh, heart, jeez. Fizz again.
Fizz is doing a great job clearing lanes. Oh, nice work there by the knockout. So
through.
Grim Reaper only about a half pack behind.
Back on the track, and I believe
That's
he's going back to the penalty box for a back block.
And there goes Harley, 1 to beat.
Well, Rip Curler held Harley for a moment, and Harley was going to have none of it.
Yeah, Harley's very difficult to deal with one-on-one.
Right there, they look very difficult to deal with 4-on-1.
Yeah.
Still a 4-3 pack advantage.
I am just waiting for the Harley Quinn apex jump. It is inevitable.
I am not sure what Fizz went to the penalty box for, but I can tell you they looked like they were having the most fun I've ever seen anyone have try to avoid a cut penalty, and unfortunately it looks like they got the cut penalty anyway.
So it was a 16-4 jam. 167.31 is the total. This has been, we've only had 13 jams in 25 minutes.
Wow.
This has been a very fast first half.
It has, under 4.5.
I'm not complaining.
Nope, and we had the one brief official timeout, but otherwise the teams are hanging on to their timeouts. Although there is, just as I say that, there is the Rosebuds coach asking for an official review.
And this official review, like all of our timeouts, brought to you by RCR's official realtor. Welcome to PDX. And while we've got a minute, celebrate the biggest junior fundraiser of the year at the Roller Rally Carnival. We've got a bounce castle, face painting, dunk tank, games, and more. Sunday, May 19th at the hangar. RoseCityRollers.com for more info. And while you're on RoseCityRollers.com, check out the Junior Summer Camp. That is 5 weeks of camp available from July 8th through August 9th. You can register at RoseCityRollers.com. That is 5 one-week camps, not 5 in a row. Although I guess if you signed up for all of them, that's a lot of roller derby camp for your kids.
And while the officials congregate and decide what they're going to do, give a shout out to Porque No Taqueria. Sunniest place in Portland, voted the best tacos and Mexican food in PDX. I would cast my vote for Porque No.
So I gotta ask, in those official huddles, do you all just focus on business, or are you all chatting about like where you're gonna go for dinner afterwards?
So, yes, all of the above. Kind of depends. Sometimes we huddle up and we try to think, okay, what might this be about? Let's see if we can kind of pre-communicate. And sometimes we're going, gosh, we have no idea what this is going to be. Where can we get some good tacos after the game?
Well, Porque No Taqueria.
I think
that is the
a
answer.
popular choice. So we'll see what Space Racer decides the outcome will be for the Rosebuds official review. You know, oftentimes we'll be in the huddle and think, we know the official review is going to be about this thing, and then the head ref shows up and we're totally wrong. It looks like Space Racer's going to tell us, so we don't have to guess.
Turn of penalty on purple blocker 926. The call does stand.
All right, so Bling wanted to overturn one of the penalties on blocked her, but nope. Oh, that was back block?
I suspect that back block.
Yeah, that was not going to get overturned. We had a really good view of it from here. And
I think probably tried to make the argument that the blocker initiated that contact by moving into blocker whose path. From what I could see, if they did, I don't think it impacted what actually happened. I think blocker who is going to make that contact anyway.
We got a multiplayer sending Tiki Torture off, and Quicksilver just pushing to the front of the pack.
Both jammers through. We have a jammer race. We'll see what Quicksilver decides to do.
I'm going to guess we're going to have a call-off once Fizz. Oh, no.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe they want to get, they've got Fizz out of the box.
But there's somebody else in the box. Oh, that would be Scooby Doom.
Scooby Doom.
So both jammers with 4. Cinderella about a quarter track behind.
Wow, Quicksilver on the outside.
Staying in bounds. Nicotine Kills bracing that back tripod. Oh, good work.
Back on the track. Wow. Nice offense.
Oh,
no.
Cinderella just briefly stepped out, but Duncan saw that and called it. It's a power jam for the Buds.
Quicksilver through for another 4. And there's the call off. And we'll trap Cinderella in the penalty box to start the next jam. Let's see what they do with that.
So Zoe Diggity with a power start behind that jam on Hawthorne jam line.
Full slate of blockers for each team. We'll see what the knockouts can do to see if they can kill some of this penalty time. And Cherry Bomb says, no, thank you.
Good assist there from Madness as well.
Wow,
no. What?
Did they stay in bounds?
Are you kidding me?
Unbelievable.
Oh. I would have broken something.
I have to think Maddie Hatter was sure they were going out.
Yeah.
Okay, this time Zoe Diggity
is forced out.
Is forced out.
Good recycle there. And Cinderella now trapped at the front of the pack. Cherry Bomb bridging.
See, that pack is barely holding together.
Madness has to, and they have to let. So
90 seconds to go in the first half.
On a score of 186-39. Probably one more jam left here. And we'll see Spitfire and Sami Slam. Good work by Team
Team
Titan.
with a nice block to get Spitfire free, but
Nikki Jam's doing great work to close that lane.
nice job with the force out.
And Spitfire lead jammer.
Lightning McQuinn, I thought they were going to force Spitfire out. Did not quite get them to touch out. Rip curler to the penalty box on what looks like a cut penalty. And Spitfire through again. Team Titan with a nice block to get them free.
And Blocker, who working on the back of the pack against Semi Slam.
Semi Slam. Nice lateral movement.
And there's the star pass, that 210 Saturday House star pass to riled up. And Spitfire up and over.
Elbow bell. Great block to seal the inside and get Spitfire through. Spitfire through again on the outside as the period clock expires. Looks like they are content to run this.
And we are on jam time.
The knockouts really locking down on Spitfire in the back.
Oh, here comes Blocker, who with the offense. Great work there by the knockouts, just continuing that.
Oftentimes when Blocker wants to move someone, they get moved, but Lightning McQuinn did a nice job of keeping their position, taking some big hits.
And that 20-4 jam brings us to halftime. 2:06 for the Buds, 43 for the knockouts. We will be back in about 15 minutes.
Please, please, please come down now. Don't be scared, I only wanna help you down. Throw down the ladder, I'll climb up the tree. Find your feet, follow me. Take your time, there's no rush. Pace yourself, just focus on the two of us. Fight back your worry, I'll show you the way. Lean on me, you know it's gonna be okay. If I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me. First foot down on the count of three, 'cause if I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me. Sun's gone west, time for bed. Take my hand, don't look over the edge. Give me your troubles, I won't let you fall. I won't let you fall. Step by step, we gon' make it through the door. If I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me. First foot down on the count of three, 'cause if I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me. If I do, you can do.
With a okay. Oh, I'm using the right one. Ha. Hey, there we go. A little technical
Now we're
difficulty
back.
with me being dumb. All
All
right.
right now.
So, yeah, 206.43 is your score at the half. Rosebuds on top.
Penalty count 19 for the Rosebuds, 17 for the Knockouts. No one, aside from Cherry Bomb on the Rosebuds with 4, no one else really in penalty trouble.
And lots of people at 3 though. So
Yeah.
sitting on the edge.
But Cherry's 4 penalties doesn't stop them from being in the lineup to start the second half.
That is a nasty pot out there with Socket, Fizz, Johnny Crash, and Cherry.
Looks like we'll have Semi Slam up against Harley Quinn to start the second half.
And both teams in a 4 points.
Here we go. Fizz-
And
Fizzgig with the offense briefly, but the Knockouts a little better prepared for it. Harley with the bob and weave to get to the front of the pack, and there is lead jammer.
And Johnny Crash, Socket 2, you just sandwiching Semi Slam at the back of the pack.
And that's 1-1-2 Slamby.
That's a
Pivot.
track cut.
Yeah.
Johnny Crash heading to the box.
Looks like Johnny Crash got a direction penalty. Fizz drops to try to keep the pack together, but Semi Slam uses that advantage to breakout. See what Harley does as Semi Slam gets to the back of the pack, calls it before Semi Slam could pick up any points.
That was a perfectly timed call off.
Well done. Very well done. We're 1 minute away. Rosebuds add another 4 and hold the knockouts scoreless in the first jam of the second period.
And that's going to be Quicksilver behind that Jam on Hawthorne jam line, joined by Grim Reaper. One skater each in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
The knockout should have a brief pack advantage.
And Quicksilver is your lead jammer, but Grim Reaper about 10 feet behind.
Let's see what Quicksilver decides to do. Looks like they're content to run this. Picking up 4.
And Scooby Doom, Elbow Bell doing work at the back of the pack. They don't fear the Reaper.
All I think when I hear that is more cowbell.
It really did change that song forever.
Absolutely. No pack declared. Looks like knockouts drop a blocker to hold it together.
Oh, and Quicksilver
Quicksilver with the force out.
little inadvertent jammer defense there. I'm not even sure Quicksilver knew that was happening.
Tight defense played by both teams at the moment.
Yeah, there's nowhere to go. Elbow Bell doing some offensive work, but there's Quicksilver with that call off. 3-3.
They said enough of that.
Hey, roller derbies provide safe and supportive spaces for youth. Join RCR's Junior Intro to Derby series beginning, well, it's already going in April, ages 7 to 17. Go to roastedrollers.com/join.
We'll have Zoe Diggity up against Cinderella.
Oh, wow, Zoe
Jeez.
Diggity.
That Fizz again on the inside.
Creating that lane. Cherry Bomb doing good work.
And it looks like Madness going to the box on a pack destruction penalty. And now Cherry Bomb to the box.
So that's Cherry's 5th.
Wow. So Diggity through on their first scoring trip for 4. Let's see if they'll run this and try to
Get those blockers out.
yeah, let them finish their therapy session and get back on the track. Cinderella is through for 4. So Diggity working on their second trip.
Good effort there by
Wow.
Johnny Crash, but Cinderella able to stay upright. And so Diggity up and over. Oh,
they got it!
wow.
Just tapped the toe and got the call off.
That was impressive. 187 Killer Pads and 888, proud to be the official gear sponsors of the Rosebuds travel team.
We'll have Semi Slam up against Spitfire. By Maddie Hatter. The awareness to know, even though Spitfire had already earned lead jammer, that they could draw them back. And Spitfire through quickly.
I'm impressed by the awareness from Elbow Bell, working defensively against the jammer, but with the awareness just to stick the hips out and deny the
Just got a piece.
the blocker that was trying to cut off Spitfire. Very nicely done.
Bell drops back to play some offense. Wow, Spit really stuck. Maddie Hatter doing some good work before Spit breaks out. And another nice block by Elbow Bell to free them.
Offensive help coming from Belladonna, but the Buds are just not giving an inch there.
Knockouts try to reform, but they're not quick enough.
And
Or
Spitfire.
Little hop through the corner to pick up another 4 points.
I'm surprised we have not seen an apex jump from Harley Quinn yet. But
Wow.
everybody else has
Nice
been getting
move.
them. And we got a 2-town Cider House Star Pass to Slamby. I was pretty much on almost every jam in
Yeah,
that
I
first
believe.
like half of the first half, but Scooby Doom heading to the box on a directional.
Spit through for another 4. Ooh. Slammy trying to break through that wall. And they nearly do. But Blocker who says,
Nope.
not this time.
Hey, this Thursday, April 25th, there's going to be a secret roller disco, and the skate mobile will be there. Skate rental's only $15. Roll and groove from 7 to 9 p.m. Go to Secret Roller Disco on Instagram for more details.
That secret roller disco is a good time.
It is a good time.
All skill levels. If you're new to skating, if you've been skating a long time, great time to enjoy. Donna Dangerous. Oh, almost makes it through.
Great work there by Rip Curler.
Rip Curler, nice block to get Donna out. And give her team a chance to earn lead jammer status. Scooby Doom returns from the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box, puts a block on Rip Curler to try to make a hole. But Donna's forced out.
Once again,
Riled
Rip
up.
Curler.
Riled up and Rip Curler with the combo block, but oh, Donna.
Wow. Yeah,
That
once again,
acceleration.
you give Donna an inch, she will take a mile. Here comes Fizzgate with the offense.
Oh, almost gets Donna through.
Once again, though, Rip Curler with a great block.
Shawnee Crash with a nice force out at the back of the pack.
Donna holding her nose, probably took a bit of a shoulder there.
Fizzgig trying to play some offense, and that will be the end of the jam. So just 2 for the Rosebuds in that jam. They're just a 259 to 54. And we'll see Harley Quinn at the jam line for the first time in the second period.
Up against
Cinderella.
Cinderella.
Number 10.
And here
Both
comes
jammers
Teen
trying
Titan.
to claw their way through. It's
Titan.
like multiplayer. Tiki Torture sends them to the penalty box as Harley Quinn earns lead jam.
And Cinderella about 20 feet behind. Oh, they're giving Harley that inside lane. Yeah.
See what Harley does. Looks like they're content to run this.
Multiplayer on Harley?
Wow.
That,
Don't often see the jammer multiplayer, but I did see a big fistful of jersey.
so this will be a full 2-minute jam.
Let's see what Cinderella can do with that time.
Oh,
And
good
with a 4-3 pack
offense.
advantage. Nice offense.
That was Lightning
Lightning
McQueen,
McQueen again.
and Maddie Hatter there. Just blew up that inside lane.
Cinderella makes some sort of signal. I don't understand, but I'm sure it has something to do with the strategy that almost works. Teen Titan does ultimately decide they're going to move out of the way and let Cinderella through. Harley Quinn and blocked her back on the track.
Blocked her up to 4 penalties now.
Now that's unusual. Harley through for 4, for under 40 seconds remaining in the jam. And Cinderella through for another 4.
Oh, Harley just hopping on that outside lane.
Wow. Man, Harley. Wow, Thrasher Crasher had good positioning to stop Harley in their tracks, and Harley said, "Excuse me, I'm coming through."
Yeah.
Force out and recycle at the back of the pack by Elbow Bell. And that is the jam's 2-minute conclusion.
That was an 18 to 15 jam in favor of the knockouts. 274 to 72 is your score right now. Ooh, and we have a palindrome score for all you nerds out there. That is Quicksilva and Sami Slam behind that Jam on Hawthorne jam line. And Quicksilva. Wow.
Manus with the block on the outside to get Quicksilva through. And they have the jets turned on as they approach the back of the pack. Wow, what a wall. Nice force out by the pivot Slamby. Quicksilva's forced to recycle again. Sami Slam is just
going nowhere.
Fizzgig is just devouring these jammers. Nice force out by Johnny Crash. As Quicksilva, looks like they call the jam off. We've got a penalty whistle happening at the same time.
That was
directional. Belladonna.
So we're going to see Zoe Diggity behind that Jam on Hawthorne jam line against someone whose number I can't say.
Yep, that looks like Killer Kiwi.
Killer Kiwi jamming for the first time.
So Diggity comes the lead jammer after 317 riled up. Has assessed a low block penalty.
Oh, wow.
Nice hop. She makes that look so easy.
Yeah. Zoe Diggity's just having a game. Oh.
Nice juke to the outside.
With that little head fake to the inside, just set it up perfectly. And Killer Kiwi going nowhere against Blockter, Scooby Doom.
Belladonna back to the penalty box for more Rebel Heart therapy. It looks like a back block. So the knockout's still down a blocker.
And Zoe Diggity up in the air again.
Rip Curler made a valiant effort to force Zoe Diggity out. Oh, and succeeds that time, although looks like they're assessed a penalty for illegal contact.
But Zoe Diggity picks up one for track cut. And we have a Two-Town Cider House star pass that is riled up.
Well, we've got another 30 seconds to go in this jam.
And directional on Blockter. That's Blockter's fifth.
That's 5 on Blockter. So 5 on Blockter, 5 on Cherry Bomb.
With 15 minutes left. I feel like they can probably hold it together for another 15. Although I don't think that's really going to hurt the Rosebuds to lose one or both at this point.
Elbow Bell just all over the knockout jammers. Did not allow the knockouts to get out of their initial trip, even with the penalty on Zoe Diggity. We have Cinderella up against
Spitfire.
Spitfire.
Hey, don't forget to follow and tag our at Rose City Rollers on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. And Spitfire
nice out.
pushing to
Johnny
the front.
Crash. Cinderella makes a nice move. They've got one to beat.
But that one is Cherry Bomb, who's just blowing that up.
Wow.
Now Sakatuya takes over. Cherry with the force
Cherry
out.
with the force out. Wow.
And Spitfire through after 28 seconds of effort.
It's just when you think a hole opens for Cinderella.
There's a
someone's right
Rosebud
there to close
there.
it up, and that was Johnny
Socket.
Crash that time, and then Socket. The holes open and then closed quickly. Spitfire forced out and drawn all the way back by Tiki Torture. Cherry with a force out and recycle. And that will be the end of the jam. The call off from Spitfire. And they did earn the full 4 points for that pass.
I'd like to thank Dr. Tim Williams, RCR's sports medicine partner.
Dr. Tim, thank you for being here.
All right, that's Harley Quinn, semi-slam, empty Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box. And, oh wow, Nicotine Kills just plowed the road.
Blocker and Scooby really shutting down Sam I Am at the back of the pack. Blocker gets another piece as Harley's through for 4.
Elbow Bell with the stop that time. And Harley just got low and just squeezed out of there like toothpaste.
It's like Elbow Bell with the penalty for failing to reform the pack. And Harley just tight-roped again. Wow, we got a
stop control. Wow, and that is a
another star pass.
That's Slamby.
Slamby again.
Picking up for like the 7th or 8th time, I think.
I don't think there's an award for MVP pivot. They would get my vote, though.
Yeah.
They have definitely done some yeoman's work, taking the star and trying to fight through these Rosebuds walls.
And doing great work defensively, too.
And we may get, as Elbow Bell returns from their failure to reform penalty, it looks like
Nicotine Kills just holding the line.
We've got Rapunzel back in the box for their failure to reform penalty. And I think we're going to cut. Yep. That's,
now they're trying to get Slamby out, but
still a full complement of blockers for the Rosebuds. With the 4-3 advantage as the jam comes to its close. With the punch and release from the penalty box, we will have a full slate of blockers for a power start in favor of the knockouts.
And we have an official timeout. This official timeout brought to you by Welcome PDX, RCR's official realtor.
Also want to holler at Buffalo Gap Saloon and Eatery, John's Landing favorite eatery and saloon.
Home to many a great announcer meeting.
Not sure what our officials are discussing right now. Eager to hear. We quite have a dance party going, but Grim Reaper doing their best. I appreciate the solo moves.
Yes. Always love a good timeout dance party. Hey, your chance to see the 4-time world champion Wheels of Justice at home is on May 4th. RCR Juniors in Game 1, RCR All-Stars in Game 2. Get your tickets at rollerderbytickets.com.
That will be a lot of fun. That is an entertaining game every year.
Yes. And if you want to volunteer with Rose City Rollers, go to rosecityrollers.com/volunteer. We are always in need of volunteers. It takes a lot of people to get one of these bouts going.
Our head referee, Space Racer, brings in the coaches for a conversation. See if we can't get an explanation. Celebrate the biggest junior fundraiser of the year at the Roller Rally Carnival. We've got a bounce castle. There'll be face painting. Got a dunk tank. That's a good time. Games and more. This is Sunday, May 19th at the hangar. RoseCityRollers.com for more information. Also want to mention Ritual Dyes. That's Portland's local yarn shop with hand-dyed yarn, tools, and more. Owned by a parent of 2 Rosebud skaters and also a wrecker skater themselves.
That's kind of awesome.
I think it's really cool. Neat to see a Derby family.
Yes.
Looks like the conversation's done.
All right, looks like we're back to the action.
We're going to get started, I guess. All right.
That whistle brings us out of the timeout.
Puns, I'm going to assume they were talking about their favorite flavor of Two-Town cider.
I mean, there's a lot of good ones.
There are.
Mrs. Puns is a big fan of the Cosmic Crisp.
So Cosmic Crisp is a favorite of mine, and I have to say their non-alcoholic Cosmic Crisp, every bit as good.
Really?
It's fantastic.
Huh.
By happenstance, I ran into someone who works at Two Towns a few weeks ago. They are proud to be a sponsor of Rose City Rollers, and I told them that that Cosmic Crisp is fantastic. There's Harley Quinn breaking through the pack to Erdlene Jammer. He told me they've been working on that recipe for about 5 years to try to get it to taste as good as it does.
Wow.
And not have any alcohol in it. So
That's
bravo.
impressive.
Wow, Harley.
Just able to break apart a 4-wall and just pick it off individually.
I think Fizz was going to go play offense and then
Just didn't need to.
decided Harley had it covered. Harley, another dance on the outside. Rip Curler gives chase. Harley picks up another 4.
And we have a Two-Town Cider House star pass to Riled Up, who is now the one stuck in that tripod in the back.
Harley again. The Rosebuds mostly playing defense. Harley's doing this work in large part by themselves. See if Madness offers a little help. Nope. Madness is going to hold the pack together, and Harley's going to break through for another 4.
Harley's doing sort of a leisurely skate around. I think she's just saving some energy for another bout later in the day, which makes a lot of sense.
Johnny Crash, Fizzgig, and Cherry Bomb forming a brick wall at the back of the pack. It's Harley through for another 4.
A 20-point jam. 338-76 is your score with just over 9 minutes left.
We have Scooby Doom up against Cinderella. They meet again.
Quicksilver.
Oh, pardon me. Thank you.
Both have 7s in the number, though. Cinderella just tried that long run up, and that was Scooby Doom that sniffed that out.
Team Titan up to the front of the pack to play offense. Looks like Maddie Hatter to the penalty box. And multiplayer penalty.
Teen Titan.
Wow.
And Quicksilver. Credit to Teen Titan for slowing down Cinderella enough.
And they went from offense to defense to offense to defense. There's Quicksilver through for another 4.
Cinderella pinballing through.
Wow.
Staying upright, about 30 feet behind Quicksilver right now.
Let's see if Quicksilver decides to run this. Looks like they will, at least for the moment. Oh, nice footwork.
Oh, great work by Lightning McQueen, but
Is that a 720 spin?
yeah, I think so.
I think if I ever did that on skates, it would be by complete accident.
I know if I did that on skates, it would be a complete accident.
Quicksilver decides to call off that jam after picking up another 3, making that an 11-3 point advantage. So we tick down to be under 7 minutes to start jam 13. And again, we are moving through the jams in this game.
Yeah. Fairly long jams, fast jams.
Semi-slam up against Zo Diggity.
Zo Diggity, oh, then
Fizzgig again. Just on the outside line this time.
And perfectly back into defense.
Wow. Nice hip-to-hip block.
Sock it to you.
Zo Diggity forced out by Slamby. Comes right back in.
Oh.
Wow. Oh, the stop and go. Jeez.
Belladonna just had Zo Diggity lined up, and Zo Diggity avoided most of that.
Wow. Now slam it in the penalty box. Oh. Zo Diggity again.
And that smile, Zo Diggity's just having a blast out there.
Looks like slamming to the penalty box in a direction and unfortunately picked up the dreaded insubordination penalty, so they will sit for a full minute.
Oof. Yeah, you don't want that bonus penalty.
No. And Johnny crashed to the penalty box on a high block. Rapunzel, valiant effort to hold Zo Diggity in the pack. As Sakatuya goes to the penalty box.
Yeah,
That Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box got busy this jam.
Yeah, lots of group therapy in there. And Fizzgig picks up a high block.
Wow.
So,
Well, as Johnny Crash leaves, Fizzgig comes into their therapy.
good work by Cherry Bomb, not picking up a 6th penalty.
So 4-2 pack advantage, at least momentarily. Nope.
3-2
now. It's
now.
3-2. And back to 3-3 as Socket returns to the lineup. Assists Johnny Crash. Some excellent defensive work on Sami Slam. Jam comes to a close. And it looks like that'll be at 16 for the Rosebuds.
Oh, nice jammer high five there between Sami Slam and Zo Diggity.
Love to see that. Now we'll have Spitfire.
Spitfire up against Grim Reaper. Well, Cherry Bomb and Blocker, who have been holding at 5 penalties for a while. At least 10 minutes or so.
The penalty count's still relatively close.
33-28, yeah.
Spitfire forced out, but earns lead jam for their work. Grim Reaper out, and Spitfire decides, I'm the lead jammer.
Well,
and I say we're done.
A 0-0 jam. That's, I mean,
They
credit to the knockouts for forcing that.
Forced a call off. Excellent job by the knockouts to force Spitfire out, even as they were earning lead jammer status. We'll have Donna Dangerous up against Cinderella.
Behind that jam on Hawthorne jam line.
Donna with the dip. Wow.
No.
Oh, the dip. Oh. Maddie had to be thinking, how did I not hit them? Great defense at the front of the pack as it stretches out. Socket wisely lets Cinderella go as Donna breaks through.
And
See if they want to get Madness and Johnny Crash out of the penalty box. That's Johnny Crash now on 5 penalties.
And that is a track, double, 2 refs calling that track cut.
Yep.
So
now a power jam for Donna Dangerous as each team gets a blocker back on track. Still 4-3, 4-4 for our pack right now. but still a power jam.
And that group session in the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is now a solo session. And Donna with the call off.
The penalty box officials have had their work cut out for them in the last few jams.
And Scooby Doom jamming. First jam of the day for Scooby Doom.
We're going to be under 2 minutes to start jam 16. And it appears the knockouts did get a fourth blocker on the track, but unfortunately
Not
they
in
will
place.
be serving an illegal position penalty to start the jam. Scooby-Doo through for 4.
Cinderella into the pack.
And nice, nice block by Quicksilver.
And Scooby Doom is through.
I believe we have a low block on Slamby.
Cinderella was looking for the apex jump, but didn't stick it.
Scooby making it look like they do this all the time.
I recall that Scooby was a very good jammer during the Rose Petals era, but not when you see jamming too often these days.
We don't see them often with the star. We don't often see Quicksilver
With the pivot
wearing the
stripe.
stripe. And excellent blocking.
Time for one more jam. We will see Harley Quinn and Sam I Slam.
Give a holler to WSL Leadership Coaching. Do right by your people. Learn how at WSLleadership.com.
And Fizzgig once again opens the lane.
Fizzgig with the offense to spring Harley free to become a jammer. Period clock has expired, so we are now on jam time as Semi Slam breaks through. We'll see how long Harley decides they want to run this. Darth Bling giving the signal. More derby. Keep going.
Oh, I thought for sure Harley was going to take that
I did too. Well,
apex jump. Wow. Oh, the stop and go.
geez, stop and go, but also right to left.
My ankle feels bad just looking at
These
that.
are the things that I look over at Dr. Tim Williams and go, gosh, I'm glad you're here. Only because I picture my body not doing
being able
those
to
sorts
do
of
that.
things and being in one piece afterwards.
Sam I Slam
Wow.
working hard against Madness and Fizzgig, but
Hardly with the bob and weave. I think Kiwi had the weave covered, but not the bob. Harley again around on the outside. They're up to 20 for this jam.
and still going.
And we tick down close to 30 seconds remaining in the game. Darth Bling giving no indication that they want the jam called off.
And Harley calls it.
Just as Harley calls it.
So it was a 24-3 jam to end this game. The unofficial score is 415 to 90. I don't think that there's going to be any changes that will affect the general outcome of this.
Wouldn't guess so. Each coach will have the opportunity to use their official review if they would like to, which I guess at this point would be a good opportunity to find out what their favorite menu item is at Porque no Taqueria.
Yes. And
And
there we go. That is our
that's it.
official final. Well, thank you all. We've got the Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy coming up against the Southside Revolution rivals here not too long from now. I believe that's at noon. So join us back here in 30 minutes. Go grab yourself some 2 Southsiders from the fridge. I'm Puns and Roses.
I'm Brad Poole. Thank you for having me, Puns.
Oh, thank you for being here. Bye, everybody.
437, Mom likes me best. 517 is the Curly Dervish. 606, Nicoletta Vendetta. 713 is McGrady. And 732 is Bonita Apple Boom.
And in the white, the Southside Revolution. Number 007, Quesadilla. 008, a Smash Crasher. 13, Tiger Lily. Number 2, Strawberry Bomb. Number 20, Scout's Honor. 215 is Acid Rain. 222, Silent but Deadly. 24, Demon Cat. 27, Chicken Fried Skate. 3-2-1, Princess Leia. 3-3-8, Terrorize Her. 3-9, the Flaming DVA. 4-6, Gear Shift. 6, Bug. And number 9 is Helen Wheels, the Southside Revolution. Oh my God, I'm sorry. My apologize to the Flaming Diva.
Good afternoon, folks, and welcome to Game 2 of 2024's Bridge City Riot. Today we're going to, or not today, yes today, but this game we're going to see the Seattle Derby Brats take on Southside Revolution, which is also a Seattle team.
Yes. The Battle of Seattle.
That just sounds really good.
Yeah.
I feel like there needs to have another tournament called the Battle in Seattle, Battle for Seattle.
Oh, that'd be great. All right, we're going to see behind that Jam on Hawthorne jam line, that is the Flaming Diva for the Rivals in the gray. And
number 214, Siren, jamming for the Derby Brats in black. Southside quickly up the inside. Lead jammer goes to Flaming Diva.
And good work there by Silent but Deadly. Really smoking out Siren.
Flaming Diva back around on scoring pass and chooses to call it off before any points are scored by the other team. Southside picking up 4. If you're watching at home, go ahead and let us know who you're cheering for, team or skater.
All right, and we've got a Smash Crasher for the Rivals in the gray and
Graham Reaper.
Rebellious.
Graham Reaper?
No, that's Rebellious.
It is Rebellious.
Yes. Rebellious getting hung up on Demon Cat. Good work there up at the front. I cannot see. Oh, nice. Force out and recycle by Bonita Apple Boom.
A Smash Crasher able to get through, pick up lead jammer once again for Southside. Beautiful chase down by number 24, Demon Cat.
And good blocking there by Nicoletta Vendetta, slowing down that rival jammer. Just going to throw this out there if we get some numbers wrong, particularly on the Derby Brats. There's a 00, a 000, a 008, a 009, and a 606, all of which look very similar from where we're sitting.
And then on Southside, there's another 008 with a Smash Crasher and a 007. So lots of zeros on the track. We will try our absolute best to get it correct.
And that is Quesadilla jamming for the Rivals up against the Curly Dervish. Curly Dervish is your lead jammer. First lead jam for the Brats. And Curly Diva going inside to out, forced out and recycled behind Scout's Honor.
Filipina Fire with some beautiful offense there for the Derby Brats. Curly Dervish coming back around. 2 points on the board, I believe. And we have a star stash on Southside. We've had no star pass yet. Nice rollback on the Curly Dervish by number 13 on Southside. That's Tiger Lily.
Meanwhile, Allison Thunderland, millihertz, doing great work on that rival jammer. Also so fierce. They've just been Oh, and we've got a
We have a two-town cider star pass.
Yes, to Silent but Deadly, who's looking to explode out of the pack.
I love that Southside's caps are so sparkly.
Yes.
It's making me very happy.
So that 12-point jam for the Galaxy is a lead change. 12-6 now your score.
Jay, you love this venue. Well, we love it too. It's our home.
Yes, it is.
The hangar at Oaks Park.
All right, we're going to see 7-13 McGrady jamming for the Galaxy up against
number 39. That's the Flaming Diva once again for Southside. Flaming Diva able to get out, pick up lead jammer. McGrady about 30 feet behind.
Wow, great work there by Bonita Appleboom. Bouncing the rival jammer.
Forcing the call off.
And the Galaxy able to steal a point. I mean, currently that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is empty.
Looks like we've got a Smash Crasher jamming for Southside.
Up against McGrady? No, that's not McGrady.
214.
214, Siren. Oh, wow, the offense there.
Allowing Siren to get right out and pick up lead.
That was Filipina Fire and Mom Likes Me Best.
Mom likes me best, puns.
Good force out by Chicken Fried Skate. Was it enough to deny points? It was not.
3 points put up by the Seattle Derby Brats.
Mom Likes Me Best is just a brutal
Just a brutal
skate name.
skate
Like,
name.
you know, like, no matter what, like, you're just making the other players feel bad. Well, that is Rebellious in the black up against
Same number
Flaming
on
Diva.
white, 39.
39. And Flaming Diva just,
Batting 1,000.
yeah, absolute machine for lead jammer.
Definitely on fire.
Yes.
Ooh.
I'm not sure who laid that hit, but that was 24 Demon Cat that just laid out Rebellious.
Demon Cat well positioned for that offense. Flaming Diva through with a spin move, intentional or otherwise, picking up 4 points. Number 732, pivot for the Seattle Derby Brats. That's Bonita Appleboom headed to the penalty box, the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box, on what I believe is a low block.
Well, we only have one penalty for each team at this point in the game. That's impressive.
We are only 7 minutes in, puns.
Yeah, but I mean, we were at like 10-2.
Oh my gosh,
On the last-
that last game was so high penalty. The last time I looked, it was 33 and 28, and it just went up from there. Very evenly spread out, but
Yeah.
still a lot of penalties. Everybody jostling for position on that jam on Hawthorne jammer line, and we've got the Curly Dervish up against Quesadelia.
And the Curly Dervish trying to fry through the pack. Working up against Tiger Lily and company, who are doing great work at the front.
Silent but deadly closing those holes down there in the lanes. Nice hit out by number 20 on Southside. That is Scout's honor. And a long drawback.
That was Helen Wheels, I believe.
Curly Dervish looking for some offensive help.
Getting it from Bonita Appleboom.
Bonita Appleboom everywhere on the track, it seems. Filipina Fire. Millihertz holding it down at the back of the pack.
Yeah, nowhere to go, and that's another force out and recycle. We still don't have a lead jammer. We're over a minute in.
Also holding a clinic down there for the Seattle Derby Brats is Allison Thunderland.
And, of course, just as I say that, Quesadelia is out. Oh, wow. Is that Silent but Deadly? Yes. Silent but Deadly sniffed that out. And
Just, I've got so many going through my head. They are not appropriate for this stream.
And there is a star pass to, I believe that's Bonita Appleboom, a two-town Cider House star pass.
Silent but Deadly, last to beat there, making it so hard for Bonita Appleboom to get out.
And Quesadilla with the call-off, 3 points. We have another lead change. 20-21 now.
McGrady wearing the star for the Seattle Derby Brats. Up against a Smash Crasher for Southside Revolution.
Princess Leia up to play some offense. Oh, wow, McGrady just finds a gap.
A Smash Crasher taking off the star. Quick two-towns Cider House star pass to number 321, Princess Leia. McGrady chasing Leia down. McGrady now out in front.
And Galaxy looking to run this. Oh, wow, McGrady. They were not ready for it. McGrady just finding blank spaces in that defense.
McGrady calling it off.
A 12-3 jam is another lead change.
And that was Graham Reaper down there that I had my eyes all over. Such a great skater.
That looks to be Siren in the black up against the Flaming Diva in the gray. And Siren up to the front.
Siren singing the song of her people.
Last line of defense, and there goes Siren. Silent but Deadly, not able to squeeze that one closed.
Direction being called on 305 for the Derby Brats. That's Psychosis. We do have a two-town cider star pass on Southside to Silent but Deadly. Big hit out by 009. That's Millihertz causing a recycle on Silent but Deadly. Meanwhile, Siren's through, picking up another 4.
Nice force out by Mom Likes Me Best.
Filipina Fire responsible for opening up that inside lane for Siren. It did cause a penalty.
And we've got a group therapy session going in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box. Acid Rain anchoring that defense there. Oh, Acid Rain picking up a pack destruction penalty. And Pack has slowed down here in that second straightaway.
Another direction being called on Black 305. I believe that's Psychosis.
Yes, 2 directions in 1 jam.
Ooh, and was that a low block right at the end? I'm not sure.
I think that was a low block on a member of the same team, so probably.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I just saw a leg and I saw a skater go down. That Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box seeing a lot of use so far in the first 13 minutes of this game. We've got 2 skaters, one from each team, sitting there right now. But right now, it's a team timeout.
This team timeout brought to you by Welcome to PDX, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers. I like this timeout. I mean, it's been a back and forth game so far, but Galaxy just opened up, 28-3 scoring run.
I think probably this timeout is telling both teams to sort of maybe settle down just a little bit, stay together, find your friends. I think I've been seeing just, in the 13 minutes we've been here, quite a bit of chaos down there.
It's been fun.
It's a great game so far. While we have a second, I'd love to say thank you to Porcano Taqueria. Porcano Taqueria, the sunniest place in Portland, voted the best tacos and Mexican food in PDX.
And there we go. We got Rubelius up against a Rivals Jammer that I cannot read their number.
It is at just the wrong angle to be able to see from up here.
And Quesadilla.
It was definitely not the number that I thought it was. Derby Brats not quite able to get Quesadilla out.
And Bonita Appleboom picking up that out of play.
Quesadilla coming back around, capitalizing on a lack of blockers on the track.
Yeah, that 4-2 pack advantage.
And that's going to be another out-of-play block.
That's going to send, I think that's 000.
It's
Yes.
Kangarooby.
Kangarooby.
That is also a name that I really love.
Oh, yeah.
Kangarooby. Quesadilla going ahead and calling it off with multiple folks in the
Wow, that is
in the penalty box.
That is a diet pack on the track and a big group therapy session in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box. And Rebel Heart Therapy, therapy for queer, poly, kinky, quirky folks.
www.rebelhearttherapy.com. Lining up on that Jam on Hawthorne Jammer line, we've got 008 A Smash Crasher wearing the white star and McGrady wearing the star for the Seattle Derby Brats.
And
both teams at pack disadvantage, equally disadvantaged.
Yes. Oh, good offense there coming from.
Oh, Bonita Appleboom out of the penalty box directly into some major blocking.
Good effort there by Tiger Lily.
Big hit by Bonita Appleboom there at the end on number 13. That is Tiger Lily of Southside.
Now we're going to see the Flaming Diva behind that Jam on Hawthorne jam line. Up against
517.
the Curly
The
Dervish.
Curly Dervish.
Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is mostly clear at this point. And the Curly Dervish is your lead jammer. Wow. Big hit from Mom Likes Me Best.
That is Terrorizer that just came out of the box. And just kind of swap spots with the pivot.
And there goes Allison Thunderland. Wow.
Beautiful apex jump there.
The Flaming Diva.
Curly Dervish is lead. Curly Dervish looking to coaches and calling it off.
And that was an 8-4 jam.
We're about halfway through, just over halfway through this first period, and we've got a score of Seattle Derby Brats 60 to Southside Revolution Rivals 36.
And we'd like to thank Black Cat Plumbing, your local neighborhood plumbing company and proud sponsor of RCR since forever.
And then it's also a welcome to PDX timeout. This timeout brought to you by RCR's official realtor, Deb Counts Tabor, and welcome to PDX.
Gotta love an official timeout.
Even the refs need some water every now and then.
Gotta keep the refs hydrated. Hey, help make our sponsors happy. Snap, post, and tag hashtag RCR sponsor, and you could win VIP tickets to one of our games. And feel free to hop onto rosecityrollers.com/shop because there's plenty of new merchandise. There's some great new shirts, one of which I bought today because I just cannot help myself.
There are 2 shirts that I am very much eyeing down there.
Yeah.
Like, how many volunteer hours do I have? Can I cash out a merch credit?
Oh, yeah, I always forget about that.
I do too, and then my child remembers.
Oh, well.
Because that's what she likes to do. Work enough volunteer hours so that she can get merch. Well, when we do come back from this timeout, so it sounds like it is wrapping up right now, we've got 007 Quesadilla in the white jamming against 214 Siren in the black. There's our 5 seconds from our ref bread pool.
And they're up to the front of the pack is Siren. Working against Chicken Fried Skate. Oh, man, there goes Siren, your lead jammer.
And while I can, I would love to give a shout out to that jam ref there. That is Jawbreaker, one of our junior skaters. Also, at least a level 1 ref, probably higher than that, but one of our just amazing juniors officials.
And we've got
huge hit by number 732. That is Bonita Appleboom.
On the 2 Townsider House Star Pass to Princess Leia. And one of our outside pack refs is Chloe Catastrophe. Also
a junior ref.
skate. Yeah.
To my knowledge, Rose City is one of the only leagues that has a juniors officials program where we are training up our next round of officials. The only sad thing is that they can only ref juniors stuff. They cannot ref adult stuff.
Which is definitely unfortunate. And there goes Rebellious. Breaking into a full-out revolution.
A Smash Crasher still stuck at the back of the pack. Star is off, looking for the pivot. We have a 2 Towns Cider Star Pass on Southside to Princess Leia.
And there's the call-off before Princess Leia can get into the pack.
Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is clear. Both teams will be fielding 5 skaters.
So we're going to see McGrady up against the Flaming Diva. Dust Bunny anchoring that tripod at the back of the pack. Oh, wow. Flaming Diva up and over.
Nicoletta Vendetta responsible for McGrady getting out there.
But Flaming Diva is your lead jammer, about 10 feet ahead.
10 feet can be destroyed in an instant.
Yep. Both jammers through the pack.
Flaming Diva still out in front.
Wow, Bonita Appleboom. Just
an immovable force right there.
Wow. That hurt me just looking at it.
Quesadilla wearing the star this next jam for Southside.
Up against, I believe that's the Curly Dervish.
517.
Yeah.
And that's it. And there's our whistle. Curly Dervish finds a line through the middle, out for lead jammer. Quesadilla stuck at the back, looking for some offense from pivot 321, Princess Leia.
So Fierce and company, though, just controlling Quesadilla.
Strawberry Bomb with some really great defense down there as well. We have the star off for Southside. Is it a star stash or a star pass? Turns out it's a 2 Townsider star pass.
To Princess Leia.
Nice hit to the outside. Followed by a retaliatory hit to the outside.
Wow, that was unfortunate for the Galaxy. That was, so Curly Dervish coming out of the penalty box. This will be a full 2-minute jam.
Princess Leia trying the outside, unsuccessful.
Galaxy creating their own version of the Sarlacc pit to keep Princess Leia from going anywhere.
Sarlacc pit. 009, that's Millihertz being sent to the penalty box on a direction.
And Strawberry Bum trying to blow up that Galaxy back wall.
Doing a good job of moving 197 there. That's so fierce. Four more points on the scoreboard for Southside.
And that was an 8-8 jam, I think. Yep, it was. 187 killer pads worn by the most pros in the world. If you skate, you know why.
Siren once again wearing the jammer cap for Seattle. Up against a Smasher Crasher for Southside. A Smash Crasher.
Yes. Good work there by Kangarooby and company, sending a Smash Crasher to the inside.
Back block being called on 606. That's Nicoletta Vendetta. No lead jammer yet.
It has been a hard-fought battle.
Nice rollback by Bonita Appleboom.
And that is the Terrorizer. Some good defense there, but finally.
Siren, lead jammer. 000 Kangarooby headed to the penalty box.
And we have a two-town Sutter House star pass, too silent but deadly. And Siren is through.
And calls it off.
Calls it before SBD can get there.
Just about 7 minutes left in our first half. And we're going to see McGrady and the Flaming Diva both on that Jam on Hawthorne jam line.
Flaming Diva tries the inside lane, but
McGrady with a hop, skip, and a jump through for lead jammer for Seattle.
and there's a star pass, two-town Sutter House star pass to Demon Cat. After that brief flurry of penalties midway through this period, there's slowed down a bit. 12 now total for the Galaxy, 6 for the Rivals. And we have a palindrome score of 94-49.
Yeah, we do.
That's 2 straight games with the palindrome score. Nerds
on a
are-
palindrome day.
Yeah, oh, true. Rebellious not going anywhere. Same with Quesadilla.
Everybody's really stacked up between the jam and the pivot line. Nobody's moved very far 30 seconds into this jam. Graham Reaper with excellent positioning there, came out of an offensive role directly into a defensive role and is just completely stopped Quesadilla.
Wow, just nobody's going anywhere right now. As I say that, oh wow. And Quesadilla is through, 52 seconds to get a lead jammer. And silent but deadly. Sniffed out where Rebellious was going, but wasn't able to stop Rebellious.
Excellent job by Seattle there to force that call off by Quesadilla. That was thanks to numbers 330 and 00. 330 being Alice in Thunderland and 00 being Dust Bunny.
And way to save that last point, too.
Curly Dervish and Ace Smash Crasher. Ace Smash Crasher finding a wide open lane to tiptoe through on the outside. Southside will have lead jammer.
Gear shift directing that defense. And Curly Dervish through on the initial. Wow, 0-0 on that jam. Great work by the Galaxy defense.
Psychosis setting up for offense right off the line. That is responsible for getting Siren out. Great job.
And Siren screaming around the track.
Flaming Diva through about half a track behind. Siren with beautiful lateral movement, able to juke through the pack and pick up a full 4 for Seattle.
Well done. Triple Eight, the certified sweat saver helmet from Triple Eight is designed for derby, vert ramps, and everything in between. That is McGrady facing off against, I think that's Quesadilla.
It sure is. Oh, beautiful hit attempt by number 24. That is Demon Cat.
But McGrady just perfect positioning, shook that off.
That's a direction being called on number 338, Terrorizer. Happened just at the whistle, which means Southside will start one down.
Still a fairly low penalty count, 12 for the Galaxy, 7 for the Rivals. No one with more than 2.
With just under 2 minutes left in this half.
Ace Smash Crasher, Rebellious.
Ace Smash Crasher tries for the outside, gets stopped by Graham Reaper. Both jammers out at almost the exact same time. Rebellious does have lead.
But only about a 5-foot advantage.
Southside, unfortunately, setting up in the back. Oh, neither team scored any points. I was going to say with Southside in the back, that almost guaranteed them Seattle 2 points.
But great defense there to escort the jammer out of bounds, avoid the points. Is that the Curly Dervish? I believe it is, up against the Flaming Diva.
Nice hit out by number 9 on Southside.
Helen Wheels.
Filipina Fire. Just an absolute immovable object.
Oh,
nice little apex hop there by the Flaming Diva with
and
10 seconds left on the period clock.
Yeah, Curly Dervish about a half track behind.
Flaming Diva looking to get through, get the points, and call it. And there we go. We are at intermission with a score of Seattle Derby Brats 102 to Southside Revolution's 55.
We'll see you back here in about 15 minutes.
Love's equation, our design. Is it gravity, your heart and mine? All I know is the stars have aligned. I could count the ways you lit up my life, but I wouldn't try. Your science I can't describe. Love unexplainably taking flight like a satellite. Ask me anything you'd like. I could answer every why. Oh, you wake me up like the morning light. Even darkness can't dim your bright eyes. You're the rising sun, the kindest sign that will be alright. Your science I can't describe. Love unexplainably taking flight like a satellite. This night, brilliantly simplified. I look at you and my heart takes flight like a satellite. Satellite.
Southside Revolution. We've got about 30 seconds left before our intermission wraps up. But to recap, we've got a score of 102 Seattle to 55 Southside. What are we seeing for penalties, Puns?
The Derby Brats Galaxy have 12 total. Southside Revolution Rivals have 7. No one has more than 2 on either team, so low penalty count. Nobody remotely close to penalty danger. Definitely a different story from the first
first game. So if you are tuning in, I saw that there's 35 people on the stream. Let us know where you're watching from and who you're cheering for, team or skater. We'd love to give a shout out.
Yes, we would.
So there was our whistle wrapping up our halftime. Breadpool getting ready to give us the whistle to start the jam. And we have Siren and the Flaming Diva both wearing the stars.
And the Siren escorted out of bounds. Oh, wow.
Nice
Princess
set of
Leia.
hits by Princess Leia there.
And the Flaming Diva takes advantage, is your lead jammer.
A directional being called on number 24
That's
of
Demon
Southside.
Cat. And Siren getting recycled.
Siren still not through on initial.
Getting past to Silent but Deadly. And
That's a forearm.
that is a little group
Tiger.
therapy for the rivals in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
And that was Tiger Lily, number 13, that got sent to that penalty box with a forearm.
Good force out by Princess Leia.
Zoe McCarty seeing Go Diva. Diva is having an excellent game.
And that is Siren heading to the box on a forearm.
That's going to leave Diva in a power jam, which Southside could use.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be up to the Seattle Derby Brats to see if they can't kill this power jam.
Good offense there coming from Silent but Deadly. Well known for being an offensive skater.
That was really good.
Thank you.
That was really excellent.
Alicia Skinner watching from Portland, stuck at home sick. So, well, I'm sorry that you're sick. Hopefully you feel better soon.
Emily watching from Seattle, Go Galaxy and Kangarooby. Hopefully you heard me say earlier that Kangarooby is like one of my favorite names right now that's rolling off my tongue very well.
Yeah. I like watching them really jump into the action. And pack extending. Oh. A smash crasher forced out but quickly recycled back in. And
Siren still at the back of the pack after coming out of that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
wow. Good long drawback by a Seattle skater whose number I can't say. Oh, that's
Oh, beautiful awareness now. So Siren is lead jammer, got hit out, was going to recycle, but saw that the penalty was going to get called on the Southside pivot, so went ahead and kept going for a no pass, no penalty.
And
Active NSOs from Seattle cheering on Galaxy.
And Zoe McCarty watching from Santa Cruz.
Used to play for both of these teams.
Fascinating.
I did hear that about Ruby's name. She's American-Australian.
All right.
That makes her name even better.
Yeah, it really does.
Made me wonder if in the previous game, if Kiwi Killer was from New Zealand.
Yeah. Oh. That is a 4-2 pack advantage right now. And Galaxy taking advantage. Wow.
McGrady able to slow down in just the nick of time to avoid that Demon Cat hit, because I think if that had landed, it was going to be pretty devastating.
Yeah.
McGrady through again, picking up 4
And there goes
for the
Princess
Derbies.
Leia.
McGrady coming back around.
Wow. Just blowing up the pack.
Filipina Fire bringing the hits.
Yeah.
That's about all I can say about that.
And hey, there's Kangarooby, who's having a marsuper real game.
That was awful. That we need to write some of these down.
Puns and Roses' worst jokes.
Yes, we could make a book. That could be your second book. Flaming Diva, meanwhile, a lead jammer for Southside, followed closely by Rebellious, about 20 feet behind.
And there's the call off from Diva. 2 points in the air.
I'm going to be stuck on Marsuperbial for a
Yeah.
really long time.
Yeah.
Wearing the stars this next time around, we've got the Curly Dervish.
Up against A Smash Crasher.
Smash Crasher.
I like the little jammer love they shared before the.
It's the thing I always love about roller derby. Everybody always has such a good time.
Yes, and that should be the point, you know?
A Smash Crasher out with lead jammer status. Princess Leia putting in work. I feel like Princess Leia has been in every jam.
Yeah, Princess Leia is really choking down on the Brats like they're Jabba the Hutt.
They just keep putting her Alderaan and on the track.
Yeah. Well done.
Hey, thank you.
And
338 on Southside headed to the penalty box. That is Terrorizer.
believe that
Looks like on a P.
was pack destruction. I
Probably
believe.
illegal position, so probably a pack destruction.
Yep. So that's 3 points in the air for the rivals. 118-70 is your score after that 7-0 jam.
I'm going to hang my hat on that Alderaan and on.
Yeah.
It's hard to out-pun you. But now I have one on the board.
There you go. And that is going to be Alice in Thunderland jamming, I believe, for the first time for the Galaxy. And quickly lead jammer. Flaming Diva tried a little.
We have a two-town sider star pass.
That is
on Southside.
Silent but deadly. Throwing the shoulders there, Susie Hot Rod style.
Oh, Silent but Deadly just needs to turn the gas on here.
Exactly.
Give me a few more Red Bulls and I might be able to keep up.
Silent but Deadly putting on the cap. And there's the call off.
Well, I mean, it's Alice in Thunderland. Is it a call off or is it an off with her head?
True.
I feel like we lost our music in the background.
Alice in Thunderland.
I think we-
Jabber. we did lose the music.
Okay.
Yeah. Alice in Thunderland can jabber walk the walk, but can they jabber talk the talk? Sorry. All right, there goes
Meanwhile,
Siren.
Siren is lead jammer for the Derby Brats. Flaming Diva still stuck in the back.
No, that's Princess Leia.
Just kidding. I read the scoreboard instead of reading a jersey.
Yep. Been there, done that. And there's the two-town center house star pass to Quesadilla. And Siren twisting up to the front of the pack. Well played.
Seattle Derby Brats showing how lactose intolerant they are by keeping Quesadilla in the back.
Yes. Oh, you're really on a roll now.
It's the Red Bull and the cup of coffee are finally
Yeah.
firing on all cylinders here.
Quesadilla looking for any sort of lane, but just not finding it.
Just
Wow.
not finding it.
Siren.
Meanwhile, Siren very happy with that last play.
Yeah. Well played. So 4 points there for the Rivals, 12 for the Galaxy. 136-74 is your score, about a third of the way through the second half. A little
Looks
jammer
like
love there.
Bonita Appleboom is going to be jamming for the Derby Brats, if I can read that number correctly.
And we have an official timeout. This official timeout brought to you by Welcome to PDX.
And suddenly the music's back.
Okay.
Seems like there was a little bit of discussion there between our jam refs and our scorekeepers on whether an initial.
And we're back to another official timeout.
This official timeout brought to you by Welcome to PDX and Deb Counts Tabor, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers. Okay. Looks like we're going to wrap this up. The Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is currently clear. Both teams with 5 on the track. And there's the whistle from Breadpool wrapping it up. Everybody stacked up on the pivot line right now.
What, pivot
But
line starts?
there's the 5 seconds. Silent but Deadly looking to play offense right off the whistle.
And does. Nicely played.
A smash crasher through lead jammer for Southside.
And Bonita Appleboom about a half lap behind. A smash crasher. Wow, Filipina Fire with the massive hit.
Couple of penalties being called. I heard a forearm. And then Filipina Fire headed to the penalty box on an unknown.
Yeah.
Literally.
There's a
question mark on my penalty tracker.
So that was a 4-4 jam.
What?
And we have an official review. Maybe or not.
Just another timeout brought to you by Deb Counts Tabor and Welcome to PDX.
So we're going to see the Flaming Diva
Ooh, so many people in the penalty box.
up against McGrady. Yeah, that is a definitely a big group therapy session there. 3 skaters in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
McGrady trying for some jammer on jammer defense right off the line. I don't think it worked the way McGrady wanted it to work because the Flaming Diva is out with lead jammer.
No, definitely not.
McGrady with 1 more to beat.
Wow, just juked Silent but Deadly off her skates. Flaming Diva giving, wow, that is a diet pack.
Well, now there's lots of people in the penalty box.
And now lots of people coming out of the penalty box.
And more people going in the penalty box.
Yeah, that is a 4-2 pack advantage right now for the Galaxy.
Flaming Diva went ahead and picked up another 4. McGrady around with no problems. Flaming Diva going ahead and calling that off before McGrady can score any points in that jam.
Or will that pass? So that was a 12-8 jam in favor of the Rivals. 90-152 is your score right now.
And another timeout. Puns, what does that mean?
That is a Deb Counts Tabor. Welcome to PDX timeout. Looks like a team timeout by the Rivals. Hey, celebrate the biggest junior fundraiser of the year at the Roller Rally Carnival. We've got a bounce castle, face painting, dunk tank, games, and more. That is Sunday, May 19th at the hangar. RoseCityRollers.com for more info. And while you're at RoseCityRollers.com, check out the volunteer page because we can always use volunteers. That is rosecityrollers.com/volunteer.
Roller Rally is going to be a lot of fun this year.
Isn't it fun every year?
It is. Well, I've always been involved in it, and it's been fun, but it'll be even more fun this year because I actually get to be, like, involved with the undead stuff.
Oh.
Because my kid's an undead skater.
Oh, gotcha.
Although I have no idea what they're doing for their booth.
I'm sure whatever they'll do, they'll get it white. Or else they'll face your wraith.
Rubellious and A Smash Crasher. Ooh, Southside quickly moving to the apex.
Interesting
Interesting
there.
strategy.
Didn't work out that well.
Nope. Resulted in Princess Leia.
Oh, Kangarooby picking up the bonus.
Princess Leia going and taking a seat in what might as well be Carbonite. Rubellious stuck at the back of the pack. Actually, neither jammer moving very far forward. Stuck there in turn 2.
Yeah, that's everything's just come to a screeching halt there. Four points in the air for the Galaxy. And the Jam Line is brought to you by the Jam on Hawthorne, Portland's best vegan-friendly, booze-friendly, kid-friendly, omnivore-friendly, everybody-friendly breakfast.
I don't know, but whenever somebody makes that read, I always want raspberry jam on a biscuit real bad. Like, for some reason, that is the association I have with Jam on Hawthorne.
All right. I like it.
Curly Dervish and the Flaming Diva jamming this jam. Cut track being called on the Flaming Diva is going to leave the Curly Dervish in a power jam. Lead jammer has not been established yet, so
good work right now by the rivals, holding that back line. Silent but deadly, Princess Leia.
Mom Might likes me best in there with the offense.
And Demon Cat extending that as far as possible.
Curly Dervish coming back around on a scoring pass. I do believe that Kangarooby went to the penalty box on a destruction, but I'm not entirely certain.
I'm not entirely certain. No.
It was a P, and I think since Extra Crispy was calling no pack.
Wow. And, Silent but Deadly picks up a track cut.
That's
got too much of the body down outside of the track. So
Curly Dervish with a second power jam.
And Silent but Deadly had that star on a two-town Cider House star pass.
Curly Dervish going ahead and calling it off with the Southside jammer still in the penalty box. Meaning Seattle will start in a power jam.
Power jam. I would like to thank our sponsors, Lionheart Kombucha and the Portland Mercury.
Turns out we have a timeout.
And this timeout brought to you by Welcome to PDX, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers. Good eye by Jawbreaker to note that the 3 points had not gone up for the rivals and to make sure that happened.
Timeout is wrapped up. There's our 5 seconds.
And we have an actual pivot line start. Like a legitimate pivot line start. That's crazy.
Siren easily able to capitalize on a strung out pack.
Yeah, you don't want to give a jammer that much space.
Well, and those pivot line starts, usually it's so that you can get the pack moving, but it's hard to stay moving and be a wall at the same time.
Yes. Silent but deadly.
Back on the track.
Silent but deadly's been out there a whole lot. Hopefully she's not gassed.
Siren coming back around for more points. It's a direction.
And Amy Bradford says, I'm Ruby Solomon, and I suggested their derby name, stolen from the Bejeweled game, but spelled differently. Well, you did a great job suggesting that name. Thank you. All right, next up, we're going to see Allison Thunderland up against Quesadilla. 4-3 pack advantage for the Galaxy. Wow, the offense from Filipina Fire.
Allison Thunderland out for lead with the Seattle Derby Brats.
Good work there by So Fierce at the back of the pack.
Filipina Fire bringing the offense, allowing Allison Thunderland to pick up a quick 4.
And Filipina Fire, great transition to defense. And Quesadilla is through.
Allison Thunderland going ahead and calling that off. McGrady is going to be wearing the star for Seattle Derby Brats this jam. We don't have a jammer yet for Southside. That was a mad dash there.
And that's the Flaming Diva. And Flaming Diva is through. Great offense there from the rivals.
I do not know what McGrady just tried to do, but I believe it involved jumping over another blocker.
Yeah. I mean, it works.
You do what you do. Flaming Diva getting knocked to the outside viciously and calling it off.
Dust Bunny. Well done. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Trailhead Credit Union and Secret Aardvark. And we are getting an official review from the rivals.
You might as well say thank you to Deb Counts-Tabor and welcome to PDX.
Of course.
Let Deb bring you home. The thing about trying to keep up with your puns is that it makes me run through all of the random knowledge that I have about 9,000 different things. I'm currently sitting here coming up with all of the kangaroo facts that I can possibly come up with.
Right.
And the truth of the matter is I don't know a whole heck of a lot about kangaroos. They're not one of my obsession animals.
Uh-huh.
Something about pigeons.
Roller Derby is looking for hitting a down skater penalty against the Seattle Derby Brats jammer on the last jam.
Oh, so that was the jump over the blocker.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I'll be interested to see what the officials decide here. I wouldn't be shocked if
it stuck.
Yeah. I would be shocked if it didn't, but, you know.
I know, official reviews are kind of like 50-50.
Yeah.
Maybe even less than that. Maybe it's like 25-75 on like success of official reviews.
Yeah, I think that's probably closer. But I like this official review. It's a good effort. We'd like to thank Sasquatch HR, making nonprofit and small business workplaces better. SasquatchHR.org. And while we've got a minute during this official review, head over to RoastedRollers.com/shop because there's lots of new merch.
Did you get the Wheels of Justice one?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can't see it anymore, so I'm like, oh, Pun's got it.
Yeah, I got that new Wheels of Justice shirt.
That's okay. I want the RCR Juniors cat one.
Misses.
That's the one I have my eye on.
Oh, that's a good one, too.
Upon review, there was a no call will stand. Southside Roller Derby will not retain their official review for the second half.
All right, thank
So
you.
I-
Extra crispy.
Yeah, I think basically what happened was that McGrady was actually trying to avoid the down skater by jumping over them. And I'm sure that that factors into whether or not we give a penalty or not.
That makes sense to me. All right, we've got Rubelius and a smash crasher. Good force out there by Millihertz.
Filipina Fire with the bridge.
Wow, Rubelius, your lead jammer.
That's a low block being called on number 9, Helen Wheels.
Garth Brooks once said, I've got blocks in low places. And
Ooh, I
Good.
really thought Ace Smash Crasher was going to take the inside line there.
good work there by Tiger Lily to guide Rubelius into Demon Cat.
Filipina Fire again with the offense.
And we've got a star pass. Two-Town Cider House star pass. No, we don't.
It was an incomplete star pass, which then turned into a star stash, I guess.
Sort of, yeah. Kind of wondering about that. Because the star was taken out of the pack and then dropped, and then the jammer basically had a
Picked
free
it
run at it.
up outside of the engagement zone.
Yeah,
Maybe it's almost like a no pass, no penalty. Like there was no impact to play.
yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, yeah.
Because I think it was just the initial pass. Southside asking for one more on the track. No pivot. Just stash the pivot cap, man. There we go. That was late.
Yep, that is late. That is Princess Leia heading to the penalty box.
On a destruction.
Yep.
So many destruction penalties this
Yeah,
game.
and that was Princess Leia's 5th. Definitely should have just stashed that star.
000. Also, that's Kangarooby headed to the penalty box on a 6th pack destruction.
Yeah, and there goes the Two-Town Cider House
Star
pass
pass.
to Silent but Deadly and the call-off.
Lots happened in like 5 seconds
I know,
there.
there was a lot going on.
With just under 10 minutes left to play in this game, we've got a score of Seattle Derby Brats 196 to Southside Revolution Rivals 94.
And we've got Bonita Apple Boom
At
and
the helm.
Quesadilla behind that Jam on Hawthorne jam line. Oh, what? Does Jam on Hawthorne have breakfast quesadillas? That'd be good.
Bone Apple Teeth. Bonita Appleboom up at the top of the pack. Pivot to beat. Lead jammer.
Bonita
I don't know
Apple
how
Boom.
that wasn't a direction.
I'm not
On
sure.
number 24, Demon Cat. Filipina Fire.
Oh, wow.
Totally responsible for that ability to have that apex jump. We have the star off of Quesadilla looking for pivot. Demon Cat. Just kidding. Tiger Lily. Two-Town Cider star pass to Tiger Lily on Southside.
And we've got a score of 204 to 94 right now with just under 9 minutes left in this game. And we'd like to thank our following food sponsors from your neighborhood: Big's Chicken, 808, and Reverend's Barbecue.
I didn't know how hungry I was until you just said those 3 things.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It happens. Siren, a smash crasher. Siren through on the inside with some fancy footwork.
Yeah, Siren really mermaid her way through the pack.
I just have such an appreciation for your gift.
And we've got a Two-Town Cider House star pass to Silent but Deadly. SBD putting on the cap.
Siren's going to try and get these points and call it. There it is.
There's the call off.
Do I see 2 points? I see 1 point put up for the Derby Brats. McGrady will be jamming for the Derby Brats.
JMFD says, let's go Bonita. Probably a couple jams ago. Sorry about that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, everybody has enough skaters. And Flaming Diva is the other jammer. McGrady's able to just bust through and pick up lead jammer for Seattle yet again.
And we've got a 210 center house star pass to Tiger Lily.
Filipina Fire making sure that Tiger Lily doesn't get very far.
No. So McGrady with 4 so far.
I really thought McGrady would go for the apex.
Yeah, I saw a gear shift just, and I think
At the last second.
Yeah, McGrady I think saw a gear shift too, just getting ready for that.
And decided on a nice C cut to the middle.
And I'm not sure what's happening with the helmet coverage there for Tiger Lily, but it's weirding me out.
I think the pivot cap just sort of slicked back as they put the jammer cap on.
Yeah.
It's probably going to fall out.
And now Tiger Lily is gone
Now
to
Tiger
defense,
Lily's-
which
Yeah, was just joined to the wall there.
yeah. All in all, Tiger Lily's just another brick in the wall. But did get 4 points, 15-4 on that jam in favor of the Galaxy.
We've got excitement. 517, that is the Curly Dervish. Once again, jamming for the Derby Brats.
Up against Quesadilla. And the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is empty. Wow, great offense there. Coming from, that was so fierce. Open that lane.
Demon Cat looked for the long chase down, but decided against it once everyone was out of play.
Oh, wow, the offense, Nicoletta Vendetta.
Curly Dervish coming back around. Ooh, couldn't quite get around Demon Cat. Nice offense there being played by a number I cannot see, which is unfortunate. 00, Dust Bunny. Great job.
And there goes Curly Dervish dancing to the inside with that little helpful seal from Dust Bunny and the call off. Hey, Two-Town Cider House is damn fine cider made right here in the Pacific Northwest. That is, hey, the Battle of the 39s again. Rubellious and the Flaming Diva. And Flaming Diva out first is the lead jammer.
I heard a lot of yelling down on the track, but it didn't seem to result in any penalties.
Well, except for the Tiger Lily directional, no, forearm. Tiger Lily at 5, although with less than 4 minutes left, that's probably not going to matter.
Rubellious with the drawback by Silent but Deadly. Flaming Diva putting 4 on the scoreboard. Rubellious 50 feet behind. Filipina Fire swing and a miss.
Wow. And Rubellious ran over Silent but Deadly. So that was an 8-4 jam in favor of the rivals, who are now into triple digits.
3 minutes left to go.
Benita Apple Boom, Ace Smash Crasher are your jammers behind that Jam on Hawthorne jam line. Wow.
Ooh, that was a high block, I'm pretty sure.
That was Graham Reaper. Yeah.
It was definitely an illegal contact on from Graham Reaper.
And Bonita Appleboom escaping the pack.
That was a direction.
And some group therapy going on that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
Well, I thought the direction of the illegal contact was on 00, but apparently it was not. Ace Smash Crasher through, picking up 4 for Southside.
Bonita Appleboom drawing out this jam to free those 2 blockers.
Nice escort to the inside by number 606. That is Nicoletta Vendetta.
Good effort by Dust Bunny there. Escaping out from under the couch to get those blocks in.
As soon as that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box was empty, Bonita Appleboom called it off.
Good thinking.
Okay, jamming this jam, we've got Siren up against 007 Quesadelia. I guess 007 would be a cool Bond code name.
Yeah, it would.
Or Quesadelia would be a good 007 Bond name.
Yeah.
Not a penalty. I hear not a penalty.
So that pulled Chicken Fried Skate back onto the track. But in the confusion, Siren was able to grab a lead jammer.
Siren now up against like 15 people all at once, even though I know there's only 10 people on that track. Tiger Lily going and taking a seat on a forearm.
And up to the 6th penalty, although again, almost 30 seconds left in the game, not going to make a difference.
Siren coming back around.
Filipina Fire with the offense again. Quesadelia has pulled the cap.
I was trying to think of a spicy Filipino food, and all I can come up with is adobo, pancit, and lumpia, none of which are spicy.
Yeah.
But thank you, Filipino Fire, for making me even more hungry.
Yeah.
And there we go. That is the end of our game. We've got an unofficial score. Seattle Derby Brats Galaxy 256 to Southside Revolution Rivals 114. It was an excellent game. Nobody fouled out.
Yeah.
We got close on a couple of things.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got about a half an hour before our next game starts. That'll be game 3.
That'll be the Petals versus the Microbots.
Yes. So Rose Petals travel team up against Tomorrowland's Nanobots.
Nanobots.
So stay tuned, and we'll see you in about half an hour.
See you then.
please, please come down now. Don't be scared, I only wanna help you down. Throw down the ladder, I'll climb up the tree. Find your feet, follow me. Take your time, there's no rush. Pace yourself, just focus on the two of us. Fight back your worry, I'll show you the way. Lean on me, you know it's gonna be okay. If I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me. First foot down on the count of three, 'cause if I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me. Sun's gone west, time for bed. Take my hand, don't look over the edge. Give me your troubles, I won't let you fall. I won't let you fall. Step by step, we gon' make it through the door. If I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me. First foot down on the count of three, 'cause if I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me. If I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me. First foot down on the count of three, 'cause if I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me. If I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me. First foot down on the count of three, 'cause if I do, you can do it too, try to. You can do it just like me.
to you the rosters of the teams real quick. In the white, our visiting team Tomorrowland Nanobots. Wearing 1-4 will be Thrash Panda. 1-8 is Mad Mo. 1-9 Dread Velvet. 2-6 Artemis. 3-6-0 is Hex. 4-7 Harshmellow. 5-2 is Blueberry Bruiser. 6-0-6 Bitter Bunny. 72 is Lunatrix. 7-6 Cherry Jam. 8-0-5 Count Blockula. 8-2-9 your captain Starlink. Number 9 Supernova. And last but never least 099 Rainbow Rage.
And the home team in the purple, the Rose Petals. Number 0, Scrambled Egg. Number 1, Skittles. Number 111, Ballistic. Number 12, Magic Hate Ball. Number 13, Slamilton. Number 14, Sour Snitch. Number 16, Be Afraid. Team captain, number 18, Snapdragon. Number 3, Nora Bones. Number 34, Ruthless. Number 35, The Feral Kid. Number 37, Anamata Mia. Number 73, Bobcat. Number 74, Dynamite. Number 789, All Ice. Number 888, Frantic. Number 95, Little Trouble. And number 99, PB and Jam, the Rose Petals.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game 3 at 2024 Bridge City Riot. We are going to see the Rose City Rollers Petals take on Tomorrowland's Nanobots.
That should be fun.
Should be. It will be.
Yes.
If you are watching at home, go ahead and tell us where you're watching from and who you're cheering from, skaters or teams. We'd love to give a shout out.
Nanobots coming out onto the track. That is number 52, Blueberry Bruiser behind the Jam on Hawthorne Jam line.
And for the Rose Petals,
That
I
looks
believe
like
it's Frantic. Just looking at our numbers here, it looks like Tomorrowland is playing with a little bit of a condensed roster. Frantic out for the Petals. Excuse me.
Not the Buds.
It's the Petals and his lead jammer.
And that is Skittles and Magic Hate Ball at the back, doing good work against that jammer. And there goes Blueberry Bruiser through on the initial.
We have our first penalty of the game. That's going to be a cut track on number 13, Slamilton. And now we have a back block being called on Petals jammer Frantic, which is going to leave Blueberry Bruiser in a power jam. Blueberry Bruiser picking up 4 for Tomorrowland.
And this will be a full 2-minute jam, as there is no longer a lead jammer.
Slamilton back on the track.
Great work there by Cherry Jam to create that seal on the inside lane.
Blueberry Bruiser coming back around, getting ready to re-engage the pack as Frantic stands in the box.
Offensive help coming from Lunatrix. Lunatrix now back onto defense. Frantic through for 4.
Well, that's a cut track being called on number 76 on Tomorrowland. That's Cherry Jam.
Frantic threading through the pack. Jam ticking down, 12-12 so far.
Nice stop there at the end by number 12, Magic Hate Ball.
And great awareness by the captain, Snapdragon, to get to the front and save those points. So 14-16 on that first jam. And we're going to see number 74, Dynamite, up against 26, Artemis.
Dynamite quickly to the front of the pack. Artemis getting stuck on Ballistic and Company. Little T Rebel down there as well. And number 14 also, Sour Snitch, doing a great job of slowing Artemis down.
And there's the call off. 4 points on that jam for the Petals. Next up, we're going to see Onomatopoeia in the purple up against
Harshmallow, I believe.
I believe you are
for
correct.
Tomorrowland. I just heard it over the overhead. It is Harshmallow.
Yes. Those announcers have a slightly better view of the jammer line.
Oh, Harshmallow somehow got out but was not lead. Harshmallow is lead.
Yes. A little confusion there. Two people called lead jammer pretty much simultaneously. So that was a 0-0 jam.
Why Harshmallow didn't continue with that jam, I'm unclear about. But Harshmallow's going to come back out and try it again.
Yep. This time up against PB and Jam. Starlink and Company slowing down PB and Jam up at the front of the pack.
Excellent job again by Lunatrix. And number 606, Bitter Bunny. Excellent job getting in the way in the best way possible. Harshmallow skating through on the inside, just getting around frantic.
And Harshmallow coming around for s'more.
I heard you. I see what you did there.
4 points on that jam for the Rose Petals. 24-14 is your score after 4 jams. All right, next up we're going to see Skittles.
Up against number 26. That's Artemis again for the Nanobots.
Cherry Jam, Supernova, and Thrash Panda getting set.
Ballistic with the offense right at the whistle.
Great work there by Ballistic, but it is Artemis that is through first.
Number 52 with a big hit there, Blueberry Bruiser. Not enough to stop Skittles, but definitely enough to slow her down.
There's the call off. Is it in time?
No, I am pretty sure we picked up, only 1 point. I would have put up more points for Rose City than that, but that's why I'm not a ref.
Yes. All right, next up, we're going to see Starlink jamming for the first time up against Dynamite. Count Blockula and Mad Mo lining up on the other side of that jam on Hawthorne jam line.
Rainbow Rage looking for the offense there off the line. For the Petals, it was number 14, Sour Snitch with that offense.
And Starlink has been designated lead jammer, but
got kind of caught back in the pack again.
Yeah.
So Dynamite is out and in a position to score points.
Oh,
nice
Little T Rubble. Good
move by Little T Rebel.
And joined up there by Sour Snitch now.
Starlink is being told to call it. Starlink says, I'm not going to do that.
Starlink, I think, did not realize
that they were lead?
Yeah.
Well, 4 points put on the board for RCR.
All right, next up we are going to see Frantic jamming against Harshmallow.
The Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is clear. Beautiful move right up the inside for Frantic. That was in large part due to Bobcat clearing a lane. Harshmellow headed to the penalty box.
And that was for a legal contact penalty. Ruthless got in there, closed that inside lane, and Harshmellow just came in a little bit too hard, or a little bit too harsh perhaps, and picked up that illegal contact penalty.
Frantic through without any hesitation or friction. That was a beautiful sweep by the Petals.
There was nobody out there to stop Frantic.
Frantic doesn't need that much room, but I'm sure was glad that she had it.
Yeah.
And again, this is going to be a monster jam for Frantic.
Monster jam.
We'll sell you your ticket, but you'll only need the edge of your seat.
Exactly. Good work there by Ruthless.
Frantic with a huge 20-point jam right now.
Oh, be afraid with the force out.
Nice little hop there over some legs. Frantic calling it after scoring 24 points. Nanobots unable to complete an initial pass. Rose City Rollers establishing an early lead.
Yes. 57-14 right now. We're going to see Artemis jamming in white up against Anamata Mia in the purple. Red Velvet looking to play some offense, clearing a lane to the inside, but Artemis electing just to plow through the tripod.
Nice hit out. I'm trying to figure out who that was with the hit. That was number 12, Magic Hate Ball. Artemis Isley, Jammer, Anamata Mia quickly closing in.
20 feet behind at this point.
10,
15, 5.
None, -5.
Anamata Mia, good speed there. Oh, but good defense by the Nanobots.
RCR still manages to pick up 2 on that last pass.
Yeah, 4 for the Nanobots.
Nathan, let's hear it Frantic. And Dina, Anamata Mia, let's go from Minnesota.
Hello, Minnesota. Hey, is it snowing out there?
I used to go to a summer camp up there in Bemidji.
The last 2 days?
No, years and years ago.
Well, I mean, you know, I figure the summer in Minnesota is probably about 2 days long, right?
Skittles, lead jammer for the Rose City Rollers.
Good work there by the Feral Kid and Nora Bones. Now joined by Little T Rubble.
Blueberry Bruiser out on initial. Number 369 is not a rostered number. Who was I looking at? 360. There we go. Hex. Doing an amazing job with their blocking. His blocking.
Blueberry Bruiser out on initial.
And we have number 74, Dynamite, up against 606,
number
Bitter Bunny.
369.
Slamilton at the back of the pack to play some offense.
Answering the offense on Tomorrowland is number 9, Supernova.
And Dynamite just exploding out of the pack. Slamilton picked up a penalty.
Bitter Bunny being stopped or severely slowed down by the Petals blockers there.
And we have a two-town Cider House Star Pass, maybe? Oh, actually,
I don't
hold on.
see
I'm
it.
not sure. Someone has the
there
cap. Yes.
Yes, we do. From Bitter Bunny to Harshmellow.
So Harshmellow now your jammer of record for the Nanobots.
Snapdragon really claiming the center of the track there.
And there's the call off. Is it in time? It is perfectly timed.
Dina, was that yes to is it snowing? We actually have pretty decent weather here today.
Yeah,
I thought it
it's-
was going to get into the high 60s. It's a little overcast right now, but our doors are open.
There was sun earlier for a brief little minute. We got Artemis, and I believe that's Frantic once again.
Sure is.
Frantic shut down on the inside lane. And there we go. That is Artemis, your lead jammer.
We have a forearm being called on number
Somebody.
16. That's Be Afraid. Frantic toe
Spinning through.
dancing.
Wow.
Yeah. Beautiful pass. Artemis with a long drawback by the Petals.
And that is a pack destruction call on PB and Jam. So there will be a 4-2 pack advantage. We got 2 Pedal skaters in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box, having a little bit of a group therapy there,
Thinking about their choices.
thinking about their choices.
Consequences have actions.
Yes, yes.
Actions have consequences. I don't know how I got that completely flipped around.
Yeah, I don't know.
You knew what I meant, though.
I do exactly what you meant. All right, we got Mad Mo jamming against Ballistic. Mad Mo looks for the front of the pack, finds Magic Hate Ball instead. And
Nora Bones. Ballistic able to get out and pull lead jammer for the team in purple.
Be Afraid, Bleeding Speed coming into the pack. Oh, Ballistic.
And the last blocker is out of that penalty box. That's all that Ballistic was waiting for. A little bit of jammer confusion there. Snapdragon getting pulled off the track.
Little T Rubble taking the star for the Petals. Up against, I believe that is Harshmallow.
If it's number 47, it is. I believe you are correct. All ice going back off the track.
Harshmallow stuck behind Anamata Mia.
Coach Rodent got stuck in the middle of the track. And there's a cut track being called on 47.
That is Harshmallow, so that is a power jam for Little T Rubble. Little T Rubble with a spin and another spin.
Number 76, Lunatrix thinking that they pulled a penalty there and was not to be. Little T Rebel with a nice scrub of her speed. She calls it off.
And we're going to have Snapdragon jamming for the first time.
Oh, Anamata Mia, go Mia from Alaska.
Wow.
I am just short enough where I can't see over the rail if I sit.
That is unfortunate.
It is, so I have to stand.
Okay, here comes blocking.
Snapdragon.
Oh,
Snapdragon through. Penalty called somewhere
that is Slamilton heading to the
with a
penalty box.
low block. Frantic and Ruthless both opening up a nice lane on the inside for Snapdragon to get through.
All Ice joining that blocking core at the front of the pack.
Harshmallow pushed to the inside. Snapdragon through, picking up another 4 for the Petals.
Harshmallow
Looking
grabbing
for the
cap.
pivot.
Yep.
And we have a two-town cider star pass on Tomorrowland from Harshmallow to Mad Mo.
Mad Mo, oh, Frantic, great block. Oh, Slamilton not able to get Mad Mo to the inside.
Snapdragon choosing to call it off after picking up 2. Blueberry Bruiser will be jamming for Tomorrowland up against number 74, Dynamite, for the Petals. I heard some cautioning down there for number 9, Supernova, rolling back across the jam line a little bit before the whistle happened.
And Dynamite is through. Perfectly timed call off.
Ballistic will be jamming for Rose City next. Up against number 26, that's Artemis.
And we'd like to thank Porque No Taqueria, the sunniest place in Portland, voted best tacos and Mexican food in PDX.
There's our whistle. Ballistic through on the inside. Artemis still caught up in that clog. Artemis through, 3/4 of a track behind.
And Ballistic looking for a lane, finding a little bit of something past one skater. There's the call off. Is it in time?
I was a little surprised there wasn't a low block called there at the end.
1 point for the Nanobots. All right, next up, we're going to see Mad Mo jamming up against Skittles.
Skittles immediately moving through the pack.
Frantic and Onomatopoeia with that run back. Mad Mo looking to get past All Ice and Onomatopoeia.
Mad Mo now out in front.
On the initial, but there's the
call off by Skittles after picking up 4 for the Petals.
Again, that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is empty. We're going to see that is number 52, Blueberry Bruiser, on the Jam on Hawthorne jam line, up against someone whose number is very faded.
Maybe a 6 or a 1-6? Be Afraid?
Oh, yeah, that could be Be Afraid.
Be Afraid.
There we go.
I was able to see the 6 just barely. Be Afraid is going to be lead jammer for Rose City.
Be Afraid about a half a lap ahead
of Blueberry Bruiser. Oh, Nanobots putting 1 up on the board that jam.
Against 4 for the Petals. 121 to 24 is your total with 9 minutes to go in this first half.
And we've got Dynamite once again jamming against number 19, Dread Velvet. Dynamite, explosive movement through the pack. Dread Velvet recycled back to the pivot line.
And Scrambled Egg shuts down that outside lane.
Dread Velvet having some equipment issues here, it looks like. That is an elbow pad that is not staying where it should be. Dynamite picking up 4, going ahead and calling it off.
That is PB and Jam up against Mad Mo.
Sour Snitch with some offense right off the line to break up that Tomorrowland pod.
Lunatrix directing that defense for the Nanobots.
Hex coming off the track with a destruction penalty.
And PB and Jam, your lead jammer.
Mad Mo still stuck on initial. Now let go by the Petals. While PB and Jam is stuck back behind, I believe that was number 72, Lunatrix.
And there's the call off after that 4-point jam.
Frantic will be jamming for the Petals. Up against number 52, Blueberry Bruiser for Tomorrowland. Both jammers quickly moving to the top of the pack. Blueberry Bruiser gets out and gets lead jammer for Tomorrowland.
And about a third of a track ahead of Frantic.
Frantic is a very quick skater. I anticipate that track lead disappearing. And it did. Frantic is now out ahead of Blueberry Bruiser. Both teams with 4 points on the board.
And Blueberry Bruiser getting the call from the bench to continue this jam.
B. Valdez is here from Texas, cheering for the Rosebuds, and Frantic specifically. Jam on, Frantic. Texas loves you.
And Christine Morris again, also cheering for Frantic.
Nathan with some Rosebuds in there for our home team.
All right, 4-3 pack advantage for the Petals. Slamilton back to play some offense for Little T Rubble.
And jamming for Tomorrowland, we've got number 26. That's Artemis. Did you just say that?
I don't think so.
Okay, for some reason I thought you had just said that, and then I was just repeating. Little T Rebel up to the front of the pack. Dread Velvet with the final hit. Little T Rebel able to get out and pick up lead for Rose.
And, oh, good force out there by
number 35,
Feral
Kid. Little T Rebel through, picking up another 4 for Rose. Artemis able to get around in the confusion of the pack there.
And Little T Rebel with the call off. Next up, that is Dynamite and Mad Mo. Scrambled Egg looking to play some defense. Break that tripod. Oh, Dynamite. Exploding out of the pack. And Dynamite through, creating space to the outside.
Nice push to the inside by Snapdragon. Lots of tripping and falling. Dynamite able to come through with another 4. Mad Mo still stuck on an initial pass.
Hard to get past Sour Snitch and
Snapdragon and Nora Bones.
Yeah. They're making it difficult for Mad Mo.
Snapdragon through on a, or Snapdragon headed to the penalty box on a direction. We do have a star cap off on Tomorrowland, and there's our two-town cider star pass from Mad Mo to somebody else right at the whistle.
Yeah, I did not see who that went to.
Ballistic wearing the star for RCR this next time around.
Up against number 52, Blueberry Bruiser.
RCR down one skater with Snapdragon in the box. I don't think that's going to make a big difference. Some really nice offense right out of the...
Anamana Mia there doing work with Magic 8-Ball. And Blueberry Bruiser is your lead jammer.
Dread Velvet holding court down there for Tomorrowland.
Wow. Fell down.
Still called it off.
Yep.
How many points are we putting up?
That is the question. 3,
One?
it looks like. 2?
2.
2.
The jam ref's fingers were blending in perfectly with our first aid cabinet.
Yes.
3.
No, 3.
3.
Dina Borland says, way to go. All right, we got Harshmellow and Bobcat. Bobcat getting offensive help from Little T Rubble.
That was some beautiful skate work by Harshmellow there.
Yes.
Only to meet the back end of number 99, PB and Jam.
Yep.
And come to an immediate halt.
Great drawback by Little T Rubble.
By Little T Rubble on Harshmellow.
We are less than 30 seconds left in this half.
There's a cut track being called on Harshmellow that is going to leave Bobcat in a power jam.
And Bobcat is through. 10 seconds left.
Petals doing their best to completely bust up that pack. Bobcat doesn't need very much in order to get through. Nice drawback by Cherry Jam. We're only on the jam clock now.
Harshmellow is out of the box. Through on the initial. I suspect Bobcat may be calling it soon.
Right
And
about
there's the
now.
call-off. Yep, there we go.
So there's intermission.
171 to 35 is your score.
And we'll be back in about 15 minutes
See
to
you
pick
soon.
up where we left off. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our second period of this game. We've got about 20 seconds left in our intermission. To recap, we've got a score of 171 for the Rose City Rollers' Rose Petals and a score of 35 to Tomorrowland's Nanobots. Puns, how are we looking on penalties?
So the Petals have a total of 10.
As I ask you right after you took a big bite.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Nanobots have a total of 6. Right now, no one has more than 3 on either team. Harshmallow actually has half of Tomorrowland's penalties, but 3, neither one's really in trouble.
No, but it sounds so much more impressive when you say Harshmallow has half of Tomorrowland's penalties. We got a thank you from Nathan in the chat.
What?
Thank you, announcers.
You're very welcome, Nathan.
You are welcome, Nathan. Thank you so much for the thank you. Also, I heard at halftime that our amazing video team has set up the opportunity for us to have replays.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I've reformatted stuff here so that we can watch. Granted, there is a delay, but we'll still know what was replayed.
Yes, that's pretty cool.
It's very cool. It's because we have like the best video crew ever. Ever. Heart eyes emoji sent their way. Okay. Looks like we are just about ready to get back to everything here. Everybody's finding their place on the track. Jammers on that Jam on Hawthorne jam line. The pivot line needs a name. Somebody needs to sponsor the pivot line.
I know.
It feels so sad not having a sponsor.
Right. When it's a pivotal part of the game.
It's very true.
That is Mad Mo.
And number
18 the white team.
16. That's Be Afraid.
Be Afraid.
Be Afraid, read it or numbers at halftime. Be Afraid with one more to beat. She's able to skate around him. Lead jammer, Rose City.
And at the back of the pack, Slamilton and Company containing Mad Mo. Fun fact, one of the original Rose City Rollers skaters is the parent of Slamilton.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I love this. I love Derby historical facts.
Yes. One of the original Guns N' Rollers.
Be Afraid with a giant smile on her face as she goes past.
So it's really kind of cool that we now have one of our founders.
Multiple generations.
Has a kid in the pedals. That is just so cool. Because we've been around for 20 years now. That's right, folks. This is the 20th year for Rose City Rollers.
It's our 20th year, and we're hosting international WFTDA International Champs in November.
So feel free to stop by Portland in the first weekend of November because it's going to be awesome.
Tickets go on sale at the next Woj game, I believe.
Yeah, May 4th, May 5th. Yeah, something like that.
Very cool. And I saw the tentative pricing on them. They look very good for a 3-day general admission pass.
Yes, for the opportunity to watch the best roller derby on the planet.
So I looked at all of the adult brackets for all of the different, because we start semifinals in May.
Right.
And there's so many teams. There's going to be 13 teams, I believe, at Champs.
That's pretty awesome. All right, that is Artemis, your lead jammer. Snapdragon about 20 feet behind and closing in fast.
I anticipate that Snapdragon will get through here maybe first. Snapdragon going through her own pack, looking for help from Egg. Egg really helps Snapdragon poach some points there at the end.
Yes, that is no yoking matter. So Snapdragon with 1-0 for the Nanobots.
I was holding on to that poaching one for a long time. I was like, Egg will come out and I will be able to do something with a poaching.
That I like it.
I feel like I always have to explain my puns to you.
Oh, you didn't have to explain it. I got that one.
I know you get them, but Little T Rebel and Dread Velvet both wearing the stars. Little T Rebel through for lead jammer.
And Dread Velvet getting eaten up by that Petals defense.
That's going to be Bobcat
and
the Feral Kid.
Magic Hate Ball. Oh, Magic Hate Ball.
With a nice chase down. Not quite enough contact to get Dread Velvet out to the outside.
Well, speaking of contact,
Little
T
T
Rebel
Rebel
on a contact penalty. So this is now a power jam and a full 2-minute jam for the Nanobots.
Houston, Texas is in the house. Hello, Kelly. Cheering frantic on.
All right.
Dina, the replays are awesome. I'm so glad that we now have them.
I'm quite impressed by the geographical breadth of Frantic's fan base. Minnesota to Texas to Alaska. I mean, that is... Frantic has the fans. Little T Rebel back on the track, putting on the cap. Trying
to find the outside, but finding a nanobot instead.
Yes.
I don't know how that wasn't a cut track, but it wasn't.
I believe that Lunatrix, was that Lunatrix?
It was Luna. Yeah.
No, 76, that is Cherry Jam.
Cherry Jam.
Both are tall and have 70 numbers. Cherry Jam, I believe, got a skate out, so that.
So no pass, no penalty.
Yes.
Little T Rebel working against Cherry Jam at the top of the pack, through, picking up another 4. Dread Velvet doing the same, but getting caught by a Magic Hate Ball and Bobcat.
So that turned out to be a 10-2 jam in favor of the Nanobots. 192-45 is your score right now.
Skittles up against Blueberry Bruiser for the Nanobots. Skittles through, picking up lead jammer for the Petals. Blueberry Bruiser able to capitalize on a super narrow lane, or what looked like a narrow lane from up here.
Skittles bleeding speed. And through. Wow. Sorry.
Don't let that Snickers get the best of you.
Try not to.
Skittles through, going backwards, somehow caught a cut track, so that's going to leave Blueberry Bruiser in a power jam, and the jam will go the full 2 minutes. Petals setting up in the front.
Onomatopoeia setting the pace for the Petals.
PB and Jam closing down that outside lane.
Direction play on 18,
Mad Mo.
Mad Mo.
Skittles back on the track. I saw a high block. Did I? Nope, it was a forearm.
Yep, that was a forearm on Be Afraid, but Be Afraid did slow down the jammer enough. Oh, that's going to be a contact
Illegal
penalty.
contact.
That's onomatopoeia. So we've got some group therapy in that Rebel Heart therapy penalty box.
Skittles going around the outside.
And Blueberry Bruiser staying in bounds.
Looks like we're not going to quite clear the therapy box. The therapy box.
The therapy box.
Before the end of the jam, we still have our RCR pivot stuck in the therapy box.
And the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is obviously sponsored by Rebel Heart Therapy, individual race and relational therapy for Portland's Black Sheep and Unicorns.
www.rebelhearttherapy.com. They are also delightful juniors' parents.
Yes, they are.
And I'm so happy that they have become one of our primary sponsors.
Yes.
Ballistic and Artemis both wearing the stars. Ballistic trying for the outside and finding Rainbow Rage. Nice hit to the outside and a recycle back by Rainbow. That is well outside the engagement. Yep, that's a distraction.
Yep. And there goes Ballistic.
Dina said, rooting for you, Onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia is playing a fantastic, stellar game.
Oh, speaking of Onomatopoeia, sealing that inside lane, giving Ballistic free access for that 4 points.
Ballistic calling that jam off before Tomorrowland can gather any points.
Well, we'd like to thank Buffalo Gap Saloon and Eatery, John's Landing's favorite eatery and saloon.
Nathan said that replay is cool. I haven't even been paying attention to the monitor in front of me.
I know. I'm just used to looking at whatever's going on the track. All right, we got Frantic jamming up against
Dread Velvet.
Dread Velvet. And Frantic tiptoeing through a gap in that front tripod.
Frantic with all of the fans on the stream. Frantic through one to beat in Starlink. Frantic picks up all 4 and calls it off.
Lots of hidden and quitted jams here.
Christine, good job, Ballistic. Yes, Onomatopoeia.
And
Sue and Lynn cheering for Ruthless from Santa Fe, New Mexico.
All right.
How's your weather down there in Santa Fe?
We got PB and Jam jamming up against
Blueberry Bruiser.
Whoa.
Again, I do want to draw attention to the fact that Tomorrowland is playing with a pretty short roster.
I mean, they've got 15, but yeah.
That's still 4 shorter than RCR.
Yes.
So I guess comparatively speaking, they've got a short roster.
And B. Valdez, you are very welcome. We are happy to stream the games so that you can watch them from Texas.
And continue to stream all of 2024's Bridge City Riot through tomorrow.
Yeah, we got 2 more games today and 4 tomorrow. Is that right?
Do we have we have 3 more games, don't we? We have 6 games today, don't we?
I thought we had 5.
We only have 5.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's beautiful in Santa Fe. And Dynamite explodes out of the pack. Artemis about a quarter track behind.
I hear a lot of communication down on the track. Oh, beautiful job by Dynamite, just finding that lane. And that must have been what the advice was at halftime, was hit it and quit it, because there's another quick 4 and then the end of the jam. With just under 20 minutes left in this period, we've got a score of RCR 220 and Tomorrowland 61. I wish I was there in person. Well, the weather's definitely nicer in Santa Fe than it is here right now. But I wish you were here too, Sue. Be Afraid and Dread Velvet both wearing the stars.
Dread Velvet, a little celebration there for getting lead jammer.
It is a very celebratable thing.
It is. About a quarter track, maybe a third of a track ahead.
2 turns. We have a direction being called on number 47, Marshmallow.
And 3 points in the air for the Nanobots.
2 put up by RCR.
And that is Bobcat jamming, I believe, for just the second time up against Blueberry Bruiser.
Who's been up many times. And since it's whatever time it is, 3 o'clock. It's Red Bull o'clock again. Bobcat out, lead jammer.
Oh, wow.
Beautiful.
That's Magic 8 Ball, I believe.
That is Magic 8 Ball.
Yeah, that was a beautiful hit if you're a Rosebud.
If you were a bud. That was illegal contact for Petals. Blueberry Bruiser tried to find an inside lane. I believe would have gotten a cut track if they had continued forward. Bobcat coming back around looking to score. Harshmallow out of the penalty box.
Good work there by Ballistic and Feral Kid. Ballistic heading to the box on a forearm, it looks like.
And then somebody else on a low block. I saw it happen.
That would be Rainbow Rage.
Okay. And Blueberry Bruiser to the penalty box. Did you say that on a forearm?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, Blueberry Bruiser to no, I did not see that
Okay,
one.
Blueberry Bruiser also on a cut track.
Oh.
So that is going to leave Bobcat in a power jam. Bobcat's calling it off, which is going to allow RCR to start this next jam
With a power start.
in a very good position.
And who's going to take advantage of that? That is Frantic.
About one of the best jammers to take advantage of that, honestly.
Yes.
Everybody's, well, it's a very small pack because there's 3 people in the box.
Yes.
Frantic through, picking up lead.
And great work there by All Ice and Snapdragon to create that lane.
And let's see them do it again.
Oh, Frantic takes the
Egg.
block from Scrambled Egg. That was-
Woohoo, Bobcat is right, Dina. That was a great jam.
Yeah.
Frantic coming back around, looking to put more points on the board. Meanwhile, that penalty box, the therapy box, is cleared out.
That was great.
Snapdragon, nice hit to the outside. Some of these older Petals, what I am noticing is that they are just ready to age up.
Yes.
The way that they are hitting is consistent with needing to be on buds instead of Petals. I do believe Snapdragon will age up at the end of this season.
Yes, I believe you are correct. And we've got a 2-town Cider House Star Pass to Bitter Bunny.
Beautiful work by Frantic on the inside to pick up another quick 4. Nathan is asking for a Frantic replay, please. Jam on, Frantic. Nice little hop over the apex there, and Frantic calls it off. Let's see if we get a nice little replay on that. See, now that I know you guys can do it, I'm just going to keep asking for it. Texas for Frantic. Jam, jam, jam on it. Points, points, points.
Well, Frantic got 20 on that. And we're going to have Anamana Mia jamming up against number 26, Artemis. Fancy Frantic from Dina.
Okay,
And
there we go. Anamana Mia does have lead jammer status, and there is the replay.
see, I got to watch what's going on the track. All right, there we go. Anamana Mia for 4. Artemis coming around.
Artemis threw on initial, looking to score some points, but not if Skittles has anything to say about it.
No, Skittles is,
Skittles is another one that I'm pretty sure is going to be aging up.
yes.
I saw a penalty for a forearm get called on somebody, but nobody's headed to the box.
Oh,
Now it's
that's
Skittles. Leaving 2 lone blockers on the track for RCR right now.
And that is Cherry Jam with that force out.
That's Dynamite and Nora Bones were the only 2 on the track. Skittles still stuck in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box, so RCR will start 1 down in the next jam. And we have a team timeout called.
And this timeout brought to you by Welcome to PDX, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers. So this is a Petals timeout. 262 to 72 is your total right now. If you want to get text from RCR, text JOIN to 503-987-7547. That's JOIN to 503-987-7547. And hey, Junior Summer Camp is filling up fast. That is 5 weeks of camp, available from July 8th to August 9th. Registered now at rosecityrollers.com/join. That is 5 one-week camps, not 1 5-week camp, in case you're wondering.
I just signed my kid up for 1 week of summer camp.
Nice.
Because it's so fantastic. You can, any skill level and any age has a week of camp dedicated to them. So we just signed Stabby up for the intermediate advanced camp last week of the summer.
Very cool. Great work there by Ruthless. And containing Lunatrix there at the back of the pack.
It's Magic 8 Ball. Skittles is out of the box.
And Slamilton has 4 points.
Skittles headed back to the box on a direction after getting in Lunatrix's way. And the cap is off. Are we going to do a 2-town cider star pass? We sure are.
Sort of. Yeah, there we go. That went to
Starlink. Dina's cheering again for Onomatopoeia. Christine in Anchorage also cheering for Onomatopoeia. The Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is clear. We have a team timeout being called by Tomorrowland. This timeout brought to you by Deb Counts Tabor, and welcome to PDX. Deb Counts Tabor, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers.
Looks like this might actually be an official review.
My comment stands.
Yes.
I actually don't have any idea what the official review is going to be about, but I believe since Starlink is out there, it's going to be about the Star Pass.
Could be.
I was watching the coach pantomime reaching down to the floor and picking something up, and since the cap fell, I don't know.
Fred Poole going to discuss with the other officials.
Is pass interference a thing in Derby?
I don't think so.
I don't know. Sounds like maybe it should be pass interference.
Looked more like a fumble to me, since we're
Going
with
combining
football.
sports metaphors here.
Yeah.
Depends on which side of the street you're standing on.
Right.
We have some craziness happening over there
At the Petals bench.
At the
I'm
Petals
not
bench.
sure what's going on with
PB and Jam. I feel like you've said everything that needs to be said.
I
But
mean,
if you're listening, celebrate the biggest junior fundraiser of the year at Roller Rally. We are having a big carnival. There's going to be a bounce castle, face painting, dunk take games, and more. It's going to be Sunday, May 19th here at the hangar. You can go to
The
Rose City
Nanobots
Rollers.
requested that the penalty be rescinded for an incomplete star pass. No penalty was issued. The Nanobots will not retain their official review for the half, however.
So that was my confusion, because I was like, there was no penalty assessed for the
Right.
Star Pass. But then they were calling an official review on the Star Pass, where there
Yeah.
was no penalty assessed. So,
yeah.
okay.
That just turned out to be a very long timeout.
Great. Timeouts are wonderful. So is there a roller derby Olympics? There's WFTDA International Champs
And that is happening in November.
here in Portland. Sue, you could come visit us for that.
And Blueberry Bruiser picking up 4 on that little apex hop there. Ballistic out now, eligible to score.
Cherry Jam taking a seat in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box on an illegal contact penalty. There's the call off.
5-2 on that jam in favor of the Nanobots. 278 to 77 is your score right now.
With just about 10 minutes left in this game. It would be fun to have a whole Olympics on roller skates, though.
That would be fascinating.
Like, just thinking about the logistics.
Oh, that would be bonkers.
PB and Jam out in like 5 seconds or less. Lead Jam, Rose City.
Artemis looking for an exit, not finding it behind.
Artemis also touching the cap quite a bit. I wonder if Artemis is thinking about a star pass.
Possibly. Little T Rubble and Sour Snitch doing great work there at the back of the pack. Braced by Snapdragon.
Number 76, Cherry Jam, coming in, playing a little bit of offense there. Artemis out on initial. PB and Jam going ahead and calling it off.
We are under 10 minutes left in this game.
Our next game is going to be game 4, and that's going to be Southside Revolution up against the West Coast Junior Knockouts. Should be a fun game.
Yes. Oh, we're going to see Supernova jamming up against Skittles.
Skittles. Supernova playing such an awesome game this game. Supernova through on initial, finding a wide open inside lane. I think Supernova was looking to pass the cap, but then was like, I can do this.
And did. And Skittles on the box on a back block.
That's going to leave Supernova in a power jam.
That is Skittles' 5th penalty. Anamata Mia doing good work there.
4 out of 5 of Skittles' penalties are contact penalties, too.
Yes. Anamata Mia with that drawback.
I think Ruthless had a pretty hard fall there. Looks like it kind of hurt. I hope she's okay. Supernova now stuck. Nice little hit to the inside there. Again, I believe by Snapdragon.
And Skittles is through on a scoring pass.
That was frantic. Sorry, that was not Snapdragon. That was frantic. I saw an 8 and got excited.
And
team timeout being called. Official timeout being called.
Yes. This official timeout brought to you by Welcome to PDX, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers. So help make our sponsors happy. Snap, post, and tag hashtag RCR sponsor, and you could win VIP tickets to one of our games. All right, we had, I believe that was Rainbow Rage that was briefly down, but is back up and skating off. Under their own power, which is good.
Always good.
So now we're going to see Slamilton
and Harshmellow.
Harshmellow.
There we are. Drawing or timeout to a close. And there's our whistle.
And
Slamilton around on the outside, 1 to beat.
and through. Harshmellow looks for the outside, finds Ballistic instead. And Slamilton,
Staying inbounds.
yes.
I don't know how from this angle, but she did.
Yep.
Harshmellow threw on initial.
Slamilton was just able to find the room where it happened.
Oh, somehow Slamilton got a low block on that.
Okay.
Maybe we'll get a replay. Meanwhile, Harshmellow in a power jam situation, and the jam will go the full 2 minutes. I did see the low block, or I did see what is being called as a low block. From this angle, I don't know that I'd call it a low block, but
We don't have the same angle the refs do.
We
so
do not.
We just defer to the refs. And we've got a two-town Cider House star pass to Lunatrix, who now has 4 points in the air for the Nanobots. Slamilton back on the track.
for another 20 seconds in this jam. Slamilton bumped to the outside by number Mad Mo, by number 18, Mad Mo.
All right. Glad you caught that number.
All of the numbers have been wiped off of arms at this point.
Yes. Sweat it off.
What has been the highest score for a roller derby match?
Oof.
I think I've seen some really mismatched teams get into the 500s.
I think I've seen like Gotham drop 600 or something.
Yeah.
On somebody back during their heyday.
Yeah, on a lower seed team. We routinely see scores in the 400s, I feel like.
I mean, not
in mismatched games.
Yes.
In a not well-seeded game.
Yeah, in an evenly matched game, you might get like 200 to 200 or both teams in the 100s. I seem to recall in the first Roller Derby World Cup, USA versus Scotland was like 480 something to 4. And
oh my gosh.
The entire crowd went bonkers when Scotland got that 4.
I would too. That's like a really, really good. Like that needs to be celebrated.
Oh yeah, it was. And there we go. Blueberry Bruiser is your lead jammer. Slamilton now standing. Slamilton at 5 penalties. So that's 2 Petals jammers, or potential jammers, at 5 penalties. Slamilton finding a way through. And there's the call off.
Well, apparently, according to the Derby stats, flat track stats, on June 12th of 2016, Victoria Roller Derby played Chicos, and Victoria racked up 921 points.
Oh.
Chicos had 2.
Oh. That's a lot.
Right below that was Team USA with 854 points to Team Norway's 6.
Oh.
So there we go, 921
to 2. Okay, that's Cap has been pulled, but Cherry Jam still retaining. Bobcat already has 4. I expect there's going to be a call-off pretty soon. Bobcat not paying attention to the bench. Petals bench was telling Bobcat to call it, but Bobcat was futzing with an elbow strap.
All of these big score point differentials, though, were all before the jammer point got taken away.
Oh, that's true. That was back in those days, yeah.
So I don't know when exactly that changed, but the most recent one is from 2018. And that was the quad guards with 803 to the Calibrutes 0.
Oof.
That was an 18.
I think that might have still been when the
jammer point.
Yeah, the jammer point was a thing. And there goes PB and Jam, your lead jammer. So
Thrash Panda headed to the penalty box.
On a track cut.
Okay.
So it's a power jam for the Petals.
With just under 2 minutes left on the period clock, we'll probably get one more jam after this. Oh, and we're going to do the jammer swap.
Yep.
PB and Jam went to the penalty box on a forearm, I believe. And since you can't play roller derby without a jammer, we do the jammer do-si-do, and Thrash Panda is immediately let back out onto the track.
And then PB and Jam will have to serve the exact same amount of time that Thrash Panda did.
Which I think was around 20 seconds.
Yes. So PB and Jam already standing. Thrash Panda recycled by Magic Hate Ball.
Okay, Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is clear.
PB and Jam escorted out of bounds by, is that Mad Mo? Yeah, I believe so.
It's a multiplayer being called on number 360 of Tomorrowland. That's going to be Hex.
And the jam timer is about to expire. Means we should have time for just one more jam.
Just barely. For this final jam, looks like we're going to have Frantic for the Rose City Rollers up against number 52 Blueberry Bruiser for Tomorrowland. Blueberry Bruiser trying so hard to get around those RCR blockers, and she does it.
Grabs lead jammer, and here comes Frantic, hot on Blueberry Bruiser's heels. Frantic looks for an inside lane.
That inside lane got all clogged up by number 26. That is Artemis.
Assisted
Frantic
by Dread Velvet there.
Frantic now out ahead of Blueberry Bruiser.
And there's the call off.
And we've got an unofficial score of RCR 313 to Tomorrowland's Nanobots 88. Thank you so much, folks, for being with us for Game 3 of Bridge City Riot. We'll be back in approximately a half an hour for Game 4, Southside Revolution rivals up against the West Coast Junior Knockouts. We'll see you then.
See you then.
Is it gravity? Your heart and mine. All I know is the stars have aligned. I could count the ways you lit up my life, but I wouldn't try. Your science I can't describe. Love unexplainably taking flight like a satellite. Ask me anything you'd like. I could answer every why. Oh, you wake me up like the morning light. Even darkness can't dim your bright eyes. Hear the rising sun, the kindest sign that we'll be alright. Your science I can't describe. Love unexplainably taking flight like a satellite. This night, brilliantly simplified. I look at you and my heart takes flight like a satellite. Satellite.
Scouts Honor. 215 Acid Rain. 222 Silent but Deadly. 24 is Demon Cat. 27 Chicken Fried Skate. 321 is Princess Leia. 338 Terrorizer. 39 is the Flaming Diva, your captain. 46 Gear Shift. Number 6 is Bug. Last but never least, number 9, Helen Wheels. Put your hands together for the Southside Revolution. Rivals.
Good afternoon and welcome to Game 4 of 2024's Bridge City Riot. My name is Omnomnomnivore, and I am joined on the mic this afternoon. I am so excited by Coach Rodent.
Hi. I'm so excited to be here.
It is stellar. So we are just finishing our roster read-downs here on the track before we get started. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I saw the second half of the Southside Revolution game just before the Petals game earlier, and they put on a good show.
It should be a very well-matched game. So we've got Southside Revolution in black and the West Coast Junior Knockouts in white. West Coast Junior Knockouts from Ventura. Just kidding. I had this all written down. Here we go. Well, now I'm going to have to Google things.
They're wearing a really great pink, so wherever pink is from.
I'm already messing things up, and we just started. West Coast Junior Knockouts are from Ventura.
All right.
Southside Revolution's from Seattle. There we go. Okay. So here we are in Jam 1 of Period 1, and it looks like we've got
the Flaming Diva.
Flaming Diva is going to be jamming for Southside up against number 10. That is Cinderella from the West Coast Junior Knockouts. In the earlier game, Southside was wearing white, so it's going to take a second for me to reconfigure my brain. There's our whistle.
Whoa, beautiful hit right off the beginning. Lead jammer goes to Southside.
Oh, and another huge hit over there at the apex on Cinderella, forcing her to the outside. Flaming Diva coming back around, looking to score points. Meanwhile, we have a direction penalty being called on number 321 of Southside. That's Princess Leia. That will be the first person to take a seat in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box. Julie DeLuca says, Rodent, heart, heart, heart.
Love you back, Julie.
Rodent told me just this week that she would love the opportunity to announce. So when the opportunity arose today, I knew exactly who I was going to tap, and I am so thankful that she said yes. Meanwhile, Ace Smash Crasher and Grim Reaper are both jamming this jam. Ace Smash Crasher at the top of the pack. Couple of different penalties being called here.
Yeah, we've got a full box of Southside over there.
Looks like we had a contact penalty and a pack destruction, I believe.
And a star pass to Silent but Deadly.
That is a two-town cider star pass. Neither team putting any points up this last jam.
But this is going to be a very powerful start for Westside.
Yes, there's only, yes, Silent but Deadly getting a lot of cheering going on as the only Southside blocker on the track. Setting up to play some beautiful offense right off the line. Sam I Slam out as lead for West Coast. Quesadilla, meanwhile, trying the outside, not finding any traction. Cinderella headed to the penalty box on a forearm. Number 11, Rapunzel, also headed to the penalty box.
Having a reversal here, we've got Quesadilla in a power jam, and so much of West Coast in the penalty box.
Say My Slam through on a star stash. Everybody's set up and waiting. Quesadilla coming back around. Southside trying to sweep, but West Coast Derby Knockouts just move the pack forward. We have no lead jammer, so the jam will go the full 2 minutes. Number 24 on the Rivals is taking a seat in that Rebel Heart Therapy box for a direction.
There we go, break out of that scrum from Semi Slam. Putting up some points. 30 more seconds. See what they can make of it.
There we go, Quesadilla through.
Ooh, a star stash, so only 3 points for that scoring pass.
Thank you for pointing that out. I don't know if that's something that I knew previously. Both jammers trying to go through the same opening. Silent but deadly, the last to beat for Semi Slam. Semi Slam able to pick up a full 4, and that was a nearly neutral jam between the two teams, with 7 points put up for Southside and 8 put up for the West Coast Derby Knockouts.
That has to feel good for Southside, having started with 3 people in the penalty box.
Right?
That's only losing 1 point net. That feels pretty good, I bet.
So if you're watching from home, go ahead and let us know who you're cheering for, skater or team. Love to give a shout out. Flaming Diva and Cinderella both wearing the stars. Cinderella quickly to the top, out as lead jammer for West Coast. There's a low block. Yep.
Oh, and that's the Flaming Diva going to the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box
on
for
a
forearm.
That is going to leave Cinderella in a power jam. Southside needs to do their best to have a really good power kill here. Tiger Lily and company set up really nicely to receive Cinderella. Beautiful offense, I believe, by number 95.
Yeah, that was an excellent sweep.
Captain Lightning McQuinn. Great track awareness there. The Derby Knockouts were set up in the back to try and hold Southside from gaining any points there, but then they saw the jammer come out of the box and knew that they had to move to the front.
Quick call off, but no points for the knockouts on that last scoring pass.
But a beautiful jam nonetheless, 16 points. Jamming in this jam, we've got number 13, that's Grim Reaper for the West Coast Junior Knockouts, up against, I believe, A Smash Crasher for Southside. Number 24, Demon Cat, with a nice block, blocking down the outside lane there. We have a attempted star pass. There we go. There's our Two Towns Cider star pass on Southside Revolution from A Smash Crasher to Silent but Deadly.
Grim Reaper's going to call that off, not attempt another hit. 4 points for the jam. I might have coached them to go for it, but I get greedy sometimes.
I think I would have coached them to go for it.
1 more point.
Well, if you thought that you had the opportunity to get the 4 since they had just gotten out on initial, why not go for it?
Maybe.
Silent but Deadly and Semi Slam both wearing the stars. Slam with one to beat. Slam already playing such an amazing game. Silent but deadly right around number 112. That's Slamby. So about half a track behind. Slam trying to call it off, but getting called on a cut track first. This jam will go the full 2 minutes. Silent but deadly, no pass, no penalty, as Slamby gets called on a penalty and heads to that penalty box. I was calling it the therapy box earlier.
Everybody needs some therapy.
It's just what my brain turned it into.
Oh, great footwork.
Nice
Silent but
spin
deadly's
around. Yep, around Nikki Jams there at the end.
Southside playing some passive offense here, but it's working. Coming in, hit. Well done.
Just breaking up that pod. Slam back on the track. Thought was going to go for the apex. Thought better of it at the end. Oh, big hit.
I think that is gear shift. Gear shift is making mincemeat of everybody out there. So strong.
Silent but deadly picking up 4. Slam still with 0 points on the board for West Coast. Getting hit briefly to the inside. Silent but deadly through. Southside really doing a good job of holding Slam there in turn 3.
Tiger Lily standing in the box, but it looks like they are going to be iced to the next jam.
So slight pack advantage does go to the team in white, the West Coast Junior Knockouts. Flaming Diva once again jamming for Southside. Up against number 10 for West Coast Derby Knockouts, that's Cinderella.
Fist bumps on the jam line. I like to see that.
Derby's one of the happiest sports I've ever been a part of. Lightning McQuinn just finding people to sit on.
I love to see jammers playing offense on each other, defense on each other. Don't always get the chance. I like when they take it.
Okay, both teams with 5 on the track, setting up on that Jam on Hawthorne jammer line. A Smash Crasher and Grim Reaper both wearing the stars. A Smash Crasher working straight up the middle. Grim Reaper trying to get around people, just not able to do it. Hit to the inside. Riled up, headed to the penalty box on a direction. Neither team has moved past the pivot line. We're 30 seconds into the jam. Huge hit to the inside by number 13 there. Sorry, that is Grim Reaper. A Smash Crasher about quarter track, third of track behind.
Yeah, that cover from Tiger Lily might have been good enough. Jam ref is consulting with the OPR to see what they saw. All right, 2 points for West Coast Knockout on that pass.
First impressions of the game, we've got 2 very well-matched teams, both in jammer and in defense. You know, the fact that we're so close at 33-34 and still so low scoring, 12 minutes into the game, gives me good feelings.
Yeah.
It's going to be exciting all the way through. Princess Leia and Sam I Slam jamming. Princess Leia will be our lead jammer. Sam I Slam stuck, looking for some offense and receiving it.
Doing a great job to save that fallout with one hand down. Ooh, but getting a forearm penalty. So this will be a power jam for Princess Leia.
Again, team is setting up to sweep. But the West Coast Derby knockouts are really adept at avoiding that sweep. They just skate forward. Again, I don't know if I would have hung my team back that much when the opportunity for points was on the board there, especially in a power jam, but
They got the 4, called it off. It's a nice move. That's going to ice Semi-Slam in the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
for just a few more seconds.
This is where, as a coach, I remind them, you can still be lead. You can still be lead out of the penalty box.
Heck yes, they can still be lead.
Standing already.
Flaming Diva hit to the inside. West Coast just not letting Flaming Diva capitalize on the power jam situation here. Semi-Slam coming right in and trying to get through. There's an illegal contact on Semi-Slam and a multiplayer called on.
I can't see.
I don't
from
know.
Here.
Well, I thought it was going to pop up on my penalty tracker, and it just isn't.
Flaming Diva is finally out and is your lead jammer for Southside.
Pack speeds up a little bit. Flaming Diva allowed, or just able to move through it effortlessly, picking up those 4 and calling it, while Semi-Slam is still sitting in the box. And it looks like the other West Coast Junior Knockout skater in the box is Thrasher Crasher and is in there for an illegal contact penalty.
I'm really interested in this Southside power start formation. We're getting to see it twice in a row, unfortunately for West Coast Knockout. But one of the things I love about these tournaments where we get teams from all over the place playing is we get to see kind of all the different strategies that different people run and what works for them. This is kind of what's so fun about roller derby. In some ways we get really isolated and insular, and we play a lot of the same plays over and over here at Rose City, and all of a sudden we get gangs in from out of town. It's like, ooh.
I'm going to try that next time.
This goes.
And it looks like we have had a team timeout called on the track by Southside. That means it's a Deb Counts Tabor, and welcome to PDX timeout. Let Deb Counts Tabor bring you home at Welcome to PDX. Okay, so pack advantage is definitely going to go to Southside this time, since we've got 2 in the box. I guess kind of the nice part, though, is that it's not 2 blockers, so they are able to have a full tripod available to theoretically slow down Princess Leia, except the rest of the team there said, nope, we're going to go ahead and get Princess Leia out.
It was different that time. That was fun to watch. They just smashed there.
Pack is speeding up. Princess Leia able to just get around it. Everybody now back on the track. Semi-Slam immediately with the cap off, looking to pass it. However, the pivot's playing super, super far forward. Semi-Slam moved to the inside multiple times here.
Oh, here comes Riled Up. There's our pivot dropping back.
Riled Up looking for the cap. 2:15 there, doing, that's Acid Rain, doing a great job of keeping Semi-Slam away from the pivot. But there's our 2-down-sider star pass from Semi-Slam to Riled Up.
Riled Up is now going to find themselves in a power jam.
And our jam will go the full 2 minutes, since Princess Leia just took a seat in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box on a low block. But we're going to do the jammer swap.
Looked like that was a back block for Riled Up coming into the pack.
It was, in fact, a back block. Very high penalty game so far. And only halfway through period 1.
One of the things you do have to allow for in a tournament situation is that everybody has played roller derby already.
Yes, we've got tired legs and we've got, tired brains. And one of these teams only had 2 hours between one game between their last game. So really didn't get the benefit of a 2-game rejuvenation period or 2-game break. After this game is our last game of the day, and that's going to see the Seattle Derby Brats take on our national team, or Rosebuds national travel team. That should be a lot of fun.
3 blockers in the box for Southside at the start of this jam.
And it is Southside who only had the 2-hour break between their games.
Yeah, that is rough, but let's see what they can make of it.
Cinderella is our lead jammer. Flaming Diva is jamming for Southside. Flaming Diva actually joining the pack there because they are down blockers. So Flaming Diva looking to catch Cinderella here. That was almost a direction. That was a really interesting but also very strategic play. Don't have enough blockers, become one yourself.
Yeah, slow that other jammer down. And it managed to be the distraction that they needed to get out. Flaming Diva is scoring now.
Cinderella blowing right past Quesadelia. Getting hung up on number 215. That is Acid Rain again. Flaming Diva looking for pivot 007. Quesadelia.
Oh, it looks like that was a Two-Town Cider House Star Pass.
Sure was. Cinderella, meanwhile, with a little apex jump there to get through. Going ahead and calling it off.
And that's a pretty smart move.
There we go. There is a lead change. The West Coast Knockouts now up by a single point over Southside Revolution rivals.
The Southside Jammer already had all 4 of those points and was pivot and let them go score a different 4 points.
Princess Leia up against Killer Kiwi. First jam for Killer Kiwi wearing the star.
Killer Kiwi is my new favorite derby name. Just decided.
There's a Kangarooby who's playing that I really love too. Not in this game, but we have no lead jammer yet, but now we do. It is Killer Kiwi. 008 headed to the penalty box for the rivals on a multiplayer.
And Killer Kiwi around for a quick 4 points.
Number 18 on the West Coast Knockouts, that is Maddie Hatter headed to the penalty box on a forearm. Killer Kiwi getting those hips around those Southside skaters. Princess Leia through on initial. Killer Kiwi has an opportunity to call it off.
It's a good choice. Icing one of the Southside blockers in the penalty box. So it's going to be 3 blockers for each team.
This jam is going to see Quesadelia taking on Grim Reaper. Quesadelia hit to the outside.
Oh, no pack.
There's no pack. We're going to get a destruction. Yep. I believe that's 2 destruction penalties. Well, 1 was an illegal contact. Oh, and there we go. 2 pack destructions.
Oh boy.
And another person headed to the penalty box. And another one.
Oh boy.
There's very few people on the track right now.
I think Grim Reaper is going to have to keep roller skating for a while to clear out some of those penalties.
So 317 went on a low block. That's riled up. And then 55, Bridge Burner in on an unknown penalty. Okay, we've got almost everybody out so far. It looks like somebody's trying to be recalled into the penalty box.
I think that is the pivot for West Coast.
I think they're waiting for, oh, there we go.
Just
Riled
waiting
up.
for a seat to sit in.
More penalties. They're going to have to slow it down in the second half here, or we're going to risk some expulsions pretty quick. So that was number 39, I do believe. It's Rip Curler on a direction.
Ten more seconds. Safe and clean, everybody.
Grim Reaper could call the jam off. She is lead. There we go.
Full 2 minutes. Whew, that was a lot of roller derby.
Manuel, let's go West Coast. Heck yes. West Coast is doing work down there. Score of 86 to Southside 73.
But you were right from the get-go. This is a very tight, very competitive game. I love it.
Really makes for fun watching and fun announcing, because everybody's doing such wonderful stuff. Flaming Diva and Killer Kiwi both wearing the stars. We have a back block already being called on Flaming Diva. That's going to send Diva to the penalty box, leaving Killer Kiwi in a power jam. One to beat up at the top of the pack. That's silent but deadly. Killer Kiwi out, lead jammer.
Southside reforming at the back. Buy themselves a few more feet to block.
Oh, that's not the penalty I thought was going to get called. Rip Curler headed to the penalty box on a direction. Killer Kiwi coming back around. Beautiful flipping by those Southside blockers to go from front facing to just being a butt. It's just so effective.
Flaming Diva back out of the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box, making contact with the tripod. Could hear that hit from here.
And saw the reverberation through the tripod. Killer Kiwi doing their best to run that score up, but going ahead and calling it off right after the star pass to Silent But Deadly.
That was some beautiful footwork from Silent But Deadly.
We have a timeout being called for West Coast, I believe, and that means it's a welcome to PDX and Deb Counts Tabor timeout. Let Deb Counts Tabor bring you home as the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers. If you're watching at home, go ahead and let us know who you're cheering for, team or skater. We love our stream to be interactive as much as possible. And if you're sitting at home, you can help make our sponsors happy by snapping, posting, and tagging hashtag RCR sponsor, and you could win VIP tickets to one of our games. Or if coming to a game isn't in your future, then check out rosecityrollers.com /shop, I believe. Yep. And we've had a bunch of new merch drop. It's a perfect weekend for picking up merch from your favorite teams. "36 penalties have been called so far in the first half.
5 minutes. No more penalties. Let's do it. Safe and clean, everybody. Safe and clean.
Cinderella choosing to have a little bit of a run up there. And meeting Terrorize Her, who was just an incredibly skilled blocker in the first game that Southside played, and is showing again exactly how skilled they are. Ace Smash Crasher up at the top of the pack, working against all 4 West Coast blockers. Escorted to the outside very gently What is an E penalty? A leg block.
Oh, yeah. It's when you hit someone with your legs.
So what's the difference between a leg block and a low block?
The leg block does not have to necessarily
Somebody
not
with
a
your
ref.
leg?
Yeah, I mean, if for some reason you like kicked someone in the stomach, that would still be a leg block. I would say that's probably very rare, and that's why we don't see the E very much.
Sure.
I'm not a ref. We'll have to ask someone who knows more about the nuances of those rules, how that happened.
Grim Reaper through very quickly, picking up lead jammer for West Coast. Flaming Diva trying the inside and just not getting very far.
West Coast has that apex locked down. Ooh, but a pair of penalties after it. Oh, bummer.
Number 55 is Bridge Burner, and 317 is Riled Up. Looks like we've got a head block. Just kidding, it's now an A, so it's a high block. Grim Reaper getting coaching from the bench to go ahead and call it off, which she does. But not before 4 points is put up by both teams. So 317 is our first skater riled up who's really in penalty trouble at 5 penalties. Well, looks like maybe we have a new jammer here. Oh no, it's just Killer Kiwi again. Ace Smash Crasher quickly to the top of the pack with just 2 up there. That's Rapunzel.
Wow, doing great work, just the 2 of them holding down.
I'm surprised that
Ace
wasn't a
Smash
direction.
Crasher.
And number 18, so that is Maddie Hatter. 321 headed to the penalty box on a low block.
But Ace Smash Crasher comes out as your lead jammer.
And we have Kiwi Killer, or Killer Kiwi has the star cap off, looking for the pivot, and we do have a 2-town-sider star pass to Rapunzel. Rapunzel falling, but able to stay in bounds. Is Ace Smash Crasher going to get through and call it? Yes. West Coast Knockouts have really lengthened their lead over Southside. Now about 21 points separating the 2 teams, which is really just one good jam.
Which is really one good jam.
I always love looking at what the juniors write on their bodies as little messages to everybody. And Cinderella here has "I heart mom" on her left thigh. Somebody just fell right on somebody else's skate. That does not feel good. Flaming Diva now lead jammer. Cinderella able to move all the way to the inside and get through. Diva recycled by number 03. That's Tiki Torture. Both jammers kind of stuck there in turn 1. There's the cut track. Oof. Cinderella taking a seat in that Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box. Flaming Diva in a power jam. Southside set up again for that sweep that they are so good at.
Oh man, that jammer didn't even touch anybody.
Flaming Diva coming back around. Will Southside be able to do it again, or West Coast is going to resist it this time and say, no, we're going to bump up. There is a low block there. Oh, actually just illegal contact.
Right in that moment of no pack.
Cinderella back on the track, spinning around Grim Reaper. Just kidding, Tiger Lily. And I do not think we're going to get another jam in this half. since we've got 30 seconds between jams, that is going to run out our period clock. But I'll wait for them to make it official down there. There it is. So here we are at intermission. We've got a score of 97 Southside Revolution and 106 West Coast Knockout. Rhoda and I are going to go refill our drinks and stretch our legs, and we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes. See ya.
please, please, please come down now. Don't be scared, I only wanna help you down. Throw down the ladder, I'll climb up the tree. Find your feet, follow me. Take your time, there's no rush. Pace yourself, just focus on the two of us. Fight back your worry, I'll show you the way. Lean on me, you know it's gonna be okay. If I do, you can do it too. Try to, you can do it just like me. First foot down on the count of three, 'cause if I do, you can do it too. Try to, you can do it just like me. Sun's gone west, time for bed. Take my hand, don't look over the edge. Give me your troubles, I won't let you fall. I won't let you fall. Step by step, we gon' make it through the door. If I do, you can do it too. Try to, you can do it just like me. First foot down on the count of three, 'cause if I do, you can do it too. Try to, you can do it just like me. If I do, you can do it too. Try to, you can do it just like me. First foot down on the count of three, 'cause if I do, you can do it too. Try to, you can do it just like me. If I do, you can do it too. Try to, you can do it just like me. First foot down on the count of three, 'cause if I do, you can do it too. Try to, you can do it just like me.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the second half of Game 4 here at 2024's Bridge City Riot. As a little bit of a wrap up or recap from the first half, we've got a score of Southside Revolution Rivals 97 to the West Coast Knockouts 106. Penalties, Rivals are sitting at 18 while West Coast are sitting at 25. Got a couple of skaters who might be in a little bit of penalty trouble, but we'll see if things settle down a little bit in the second half.
Yeah, we'll hope everybody had a good halftime, shook it all off, and they're ready to buckle down and play some good, clean roller derby in this second half. We've got Flaming Diva jamming for Southside, who's out for quick lead jammer.
That is Cinderella jamming for West Coast and still sort of stuck there between the jam and the pivot line. Flaming Diva through, picking up 4 for Southside. Cinderella with 1 to beat. Forced to the inside, but the outside swing did result in a miss. Flaming Diva says, that's enough.
We are back to a 1-point game.
That is amazing.
This has been such a good game, so tight the whole time.
It wasn't long ago that I was like, there's 21 points between the teams now, and now it's all narrowed back down to 1. So this jam we've got, I don't even know, Grim Reaper up against Ace Smash Crasher. Everybody getting real scrummy there in the middle.
Grim Reaper finding that inside line. Lead jammer.
Ace Smash Crasher with the cap off, and we have a 2-town cider star pass to Silent But Deadly. We'll see if Grim Reaper gets her points and calls it, and there it is. We hope that you stick around for the last game of the evening. It's going to be at 6 p.m., and that's going to see Seattle Derby Brats take on the Rosebuds national travel team. Should be an amazing game to watch. They've all been amazing, but it should be a really amazing game to watch. That's Sami Slam in the white up against Princess Leia in the black. Sami Slam dancing up the outside line for lead jammer.
Such good footwork.
Princess Leia through as well, just as Sami Slam comes back into the back of the pack.
I love to see a tiny skater take on the big ones. That was a perfectly laid hit. 4 points in calling
Sami
it.
Slam is impressive. If I had to choose one word, impressive. The Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box is clear. Flaming Diva coming to the Jam on Hawthorne jam line one more time. Up against Cinderella. Both jammers aggressively moving into the middle of the pack and both out at the same time. Flaming Diva is lead, and she goes ahead and calls it off since it's too much of a race and Cinderella was ahead. Quick 0-0 jam.
It looks like Diva is going to come back and do it all over again.
Try it again.
Got lead and no points. Let's redo.
This time taking on Grim Reaper in white. Flaming Diva looking to repeat what she did in the last jam. Looking for that offensive help from Tiger Lily. Grim Reaper out as lead. We have a 2-town cider star pass to Silent But Deadly. Silent But Deadly is a routine pivot and routinely also gets the star.
Yeah, they executed that star pass very quickly and cleverly.
Flaming Diva with a really nice hit there at the end on Grim Reaper, right as Grim called it off.
Just 1 point for that jam.
Love high fives on the jam line. Makes me super happy. This is Ace Smash Crasher up against Sami Slam. Ace Smash Crasher right up at turn 1, pushing the pack forward. 1 to beat. Ace Smash Crasher laying a huge hit on Rapunzel.
Sami Slam just coming out in front for lead jammer there.
Sami Slam looking at the bench and calling it off, not sure that she could grab any points. And with only 10 points between the teams, right now you really have to be very selective about when you're going to go for those points. You don't want to give up more than you get. Flaming Diva. I hope somebody buys Flaming Diva some ice cream later. She has put in the work today.
Doing a lot of work today. And lead right off the get-go.
Cinderella stuck back behind number 215. That's Acid Rain. Tiger Lily, Silent but Deadly. And number 28, I think. It wasn't 28.
We have 2 Southside blockers in the Rebel Heart Therapy penalty box.
One on a contact and one on a low block. Cinderella through, just turning on the afterburners. Flaming Diva hit to the outside and goes ahead and calls it. No points scored by the knockouts on that pass.
Just in time. Leaves those 2 blockers standing in the box, though.
But
They'll
we're
be
down
coming
to,
out hot.
down to 2 points again between the two teams. West Coast just barely holding on to that lead, but there has not been a lead change since they got ahead. Oh, nice chase down by number 24. That is Demon Cat. Demon Cat was handing out the hits in the last game. It was beautiful to watch. Oh, beautiful awareness there. Knockouts able to pick up all 4 and call it off, holding Southside scoreless on that jam.
Grim Reaper was calling for that offense, and boy, did she get it. That was beautiful. Really quick 4 points.
I always love watching the second half because it's interesting that you can see what each team talked about during halftime to try and improve their game for the second half. And they just come out with such different gameplay, I feel like. Diva trying to take the outside line, gets escorted out by those West Coast blockers. Sam I Slam is out as lead jammer.
Oh, yeah, blocker cut on number 6'9", Nikki Jams.
And we've got a 2-town sider star pass on Southside to Silent but Deadly. That was a little bit of friendly fire there at the end.
Yeah. It is a back block, but it doesn't count.
It's your own team. It's your own teammate.
It's okay, yeah. Everyone tells their jammers, just throw me around, push me wherever you need me to be. I'll be a battering ram for you.
Tiki Torture last minute taking that pivot cap. Lead jammer goes to A Smash Crasher. Cinderella escorted out, but right back on the track. Aggressively attacking that blocker pod to the point that they weren't able to recycle her at all. Cinderella out on initial.
Ooh, a forearm for Maddie Hatter.
So just as they released Nikki Jams, Maddie Hatter's going to go take a seat. Once again, 2 points separating these teams.
Still no serious penalty trouble for any of these players, but wow, this has still been a very high penalty game.
Yeah, they're pretty well spaced out. Flaming Diva almost went for that outside line again. That does seem to be her preferred line. Grim Reaper trying to go up the inside / middle.
Oh, great.
Beautiful job.
Jammer on jammer work there from Grim Reaper to close down that inside line. Ooh, and that was definitely a secret star stash.
It looked like it was going to be a pass, but Riled Up had stepped out of bounds.
It was all Grim Reaper needed to run away with that star.
Slam wearing the star again for West Coast. And it's going to be number 321, Princess Leia on Southside. Slam. Princess Leia will be lead jammer.
Slam out hot on their heels. Let's see what kind of points are incurred here.
Rapunzel in that penalty box right before that whistle blew on a high block.
2 points for Southside.
And we've had a lead change. Southside now up by 4.
They're fighting their way back. This is so good. 4 points. Nothing. 18 minutes to go.
There's our 5 second. And the start of the jam. Flaming Diva and Cinderella. Flaming Diva up to the pivot line.
Someone's got to react. Let's see what happens.
Well, at least everybody reacted.
They called it, yep.
Previously, we had a bunch of pack destruction penalties. Tiger Lily headed to the penalty box for Southside on a forearm. Flaming Diva pushing hard to get out, picking up a full 4. Cinderella just threw on initial. Flaming Diva was hoping to break through that wall, pick up some quick points and call it, but instead kind of hit the immovable object, called it off with no points. Southside Revolution picked up 5 in that jam, lengthening the lead to a whole 9 points.
A whole 9 points.
Again, fist bumps and smiles. That's going to be Grim Reaper and a Smash Crasher. Lead jammer is going to go to Grim Reaper. Beautiful chase down attempt by number 55. That's Bridge Burner.
Quick hit and a call. 2 points for West Coast knockouts.
Southside picking up 1 there at the end.
Stole a point.
Slam. I feel like Flaming Diva is jamming every other. That's a direction being called on Tiger Lily. Slam just digging deep for some speed there to get around those last couple of Southside blockers. So both teams are really going for this 1-point, 2-point business right now. That's where we are in this game.
When it's a 10-point differential, everyone counts.
Little cheering from down in the stands.
Love to hear that.
Princess Leia and Cinderella both wearing the stars. Cinderella juking around to the outside, will be lead jammer. Princess Leia riding all of those blockers all the way to the line. I do believe there's, it's a multiplayer on Tiki Torture.
Cinderella is in and scoring, but hasn't gotten back out here yet. Colin has all 4.
Oh.
Great.
I did not know they
those
had all
points.
4. That's great.
You got those points. Stop fighting that battle. You've had enough.
Looks like we've got A Smash Crasher jamming for Southside. And Grim Reaper jamming for West Coast.
Oh, watch back, watch
beautiful.
back.
A Smash Crasher out for lead. We've got a star off.
Oh, but not past. Pivot was hip. Oh!
Lots of forearms being handed out. Tiger Lily now at 6 penalties. A Smash Crasher getting all 4 and calling it off.
I worry about 6 penalties when you've still got 13 minutes left in the game. That is a lot of roller derby.
6 penalties with like 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. We're probably okay.
You're probably
but
going to be okay.
We've almost got half of a half here. Quarter of the game
a quarter
left.
of a game, yeah. Yeah.
Sami Slam.
Doing a good job of getting Southside moving.
Of breaking them up.
They have to drop a bridge, gets them all spread out. Makes easy work of them up top. Oh, here comes that star pass again. Southside so quick with those star passes.
That was a big hit by Rip Curler there as Sami Slam skated by. And we do have that Two-Town Cider House star pass on Southside to Princess Leia. Timeout being called down on the track. That's a team timeout. For who team? I don't know. But it's a timeout, which means it's a Deb Counts Tabor Welcome PDX timeout. If you're ready to move to Portland, go ahead and give Deb Counts Tabor a call. Welcome to PDX.com.
Looks like this timeout is for Southside.
I thought that's where the yelling for the timeout came from, but I wasn't positive.
Tell. I don't know if you can see it on the live stream, but there's a tiny flashing dot here in the hangar at Oaks Amusement Park, and that's how I know.
Oh, yes.
On our scoreboard has a tiny dot.
They should have something up in the upper left corner of their screens, but that's always where I look too. Where is the flashing dot on the scoreboard?
Yeah. We haven't done a shout out for all of our tournament officials yet in this game. These folks are skating all day long. Some of them take turns being on skates and off skates officials for the sake of their bodies, but a lot of these people are skating every jam, every lap.
Oh yeah,
game after game all weekend. They're pros, and we really appreciate them.
And today, Derby's happening for like 12 hours.
That's a lot of roller derby.
That is
for
a
the
lot
officials
of roller
too.
derby.
Great scrum down here. Southside is staying back and playing 4D. Gonna let that jammer push out the front. Let's see if it pays off.
Silent but deadly with a nice hit to the outside. But being that packed up, it was hard for anybody to capitalize and run Cinderella back. Southside with lead.
Quick call.
There was a penalty there at the last second.
Yeah, that looks like we have a West Coast blocker in the penalty box for a low block right at the end of that jam.
So slight pack advantage goes to Southside. Some jostling for position there. Princess Leia, or sorry, Grim Reaper and the Flaming Diva both jamming. Another fantastic hit there by Bridge Burner. West Coast setting up to receive Diva. Diva able to get through, pick up all 4, and call it off before the blockers even released.
I like to see those West Coast blockers there. The jammers coming around, and they knew they had a full 5 seconds to have a good conversation about how they were going to set up that tripod. I love to see blockers talking to each other, just having some full-on conversations about what we need to do, making good choices.
Make good choices.
Make good choices, yeah.
Princess Leia and Sam I Slam, both wearing the stars. Princess Leia just getting beat up there. Sam I Slam taking a seat in the penalty box on something. I'll figure it out here in a moment. On a forearm.
West Coast doing a great job of covering those lines. Every time Princess Leia has come up to that line, the blocker takes them right the way over it.
It happened again.
Yeah.
I am curious why there's not more offense being played here. Princess Leia looks like she's having issues. We have a multiplayer being called on number 11, Rapunzel.
But Sam I Slam out of the box and no one was watching.
Princess Leia calls it off.
Whew.
Southside has now extended their lead to 14 points.
I'd agree. I'm seeing Southside do a lot of passive offense in this game, or choosing to play decidedly for defense rather than sending an offensive player. And that moment where they really all went and played that was the moment their jammer got out. It really makes a big difference.
Flaming Diva trying to find a way around, but West Coast is just jamming up every lane.
Ooh, who are they calling it for?
Diva, I believe.
All right, I think so.
Oh, and a cut track on Cinderella is going to leave Diva as lead jammer in a power jam. Here comes Southside with that amazing offense, with that sweep. They're holding back, letting that pack extend because they know that Diva can push her way up there.
Yep, that
and
is
there
not
we
a
go.
bridge.
Like, it's a tactic, and it works, but man, is it brutal. And that is what I see West Coast do a lot of, is Southside tries for that sweep, and West Coast is just able to just speed up to the front of the pack and avoid the offense. I think Diva got hit in the mouth there right before that last pass.
Yeah, got those points and called it off and said, yeah, I'm done. I'm done with this one.
I don't want to be hit in the face anymore.
Send someone else out to do the next one.
Starting to get a little more color on our penalty board here. Grim Reaper wearing, oh, there we go. We have a timeout. Team timeout. Actually, an official timeout. This timeout brought to you by Welcome to PDX and Deb Counts Tabor, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers.
The bummer of this timeout is that it looks like blocker 317 riled up for West Coast has fouled out 2 penalties in that last jam.
Those were late penalties too then.
Send you really quick from 5 to 7.
And so that's a high block and a pack destruction, it looks like. But fouling out with 7 minutes left.
Yeah.
Not,
they'll have to do it all.
not
without her.
horrible.
Yeah. She's made a lot of impact on this game, though, and I know they'll miss her.
Riled Up made a huge impact on the game. And probably a good number of those penalties resulted in their team getting out. A smash crasher. Oh, Oh, huge hit. Huge hit there. I am so glad that that skater got back up. Ace Smash Crasher through, picking up 4. Grim Reaper taking a seat. I think somebody should check on Grim Reaper. But Ace Smash Crasher's going in a lead jammer.
There's no pack. There's no pack. Someone has to do something.
There we go. Like, let Smash Crasher out.
Yeah, Acid Rain is going to be serving a penalty for a failure to reform just there.
Is that going to put Acid Rain in some trouble here? 215. Might send him, oh, nope, they only sent him to 5. Yes, okay. That was a really, really big hit that Grim Reaper took. I'm really glad that the medics are going to go ahead and check her out, and we're going to do a little jammer swap there in the box. That makes me feel better.
Yeah, that's really important. You know, we have these young skaters, and their bodies are so good at bouncing back from so many things that my body does not bounce back from anymore, but it doesn't mean they should have to.
It was a really hard and fast hit.
Yeah, we want to be real safe about this.
So we have Diva in a power jam for just a few seconds, it looks like. Ooh, another really... Oh, choosing to recycle back.
Probably better safe than sorry. The refs are not going to give you any hints about whether or not you need to go back.
They're not, and I see that all the time. The jammer will
Ice
look
cold
at
those
the
faces.
ref.
Yep.
Am I safe?
I'm not giving you any clues.
Killer Kiwi is our jammer this jam. Flaming Diva getting some advice to call it from the bench. 30 points, 34 points now separating these two teams. We have a timeout being called on the knockouts. This timeout brought to you to Deb Counts Tabor, and welcome to PDX, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers. Okay, it's sort of a last-minute regrouping here with just under 5 minutes left on the game timer there. And we've got a score of Southside Revolution 170 and West Coast Knockouts 136. There we go. Looks like we are just about done with that timeout. And we're going to see Ace Smash Crasher jamming again up against Cinderella. There's the wrap up. I feel like some of these skaters have been out every jam or every other jam.
Yeah, this is a lot of work they are doing, especially for game 2 of the day.
Nice suck back there by Southside to keep Cinderella on the other side of that jam on Hawthorne jammer line. Silent but deadly acting as a bridge, maintaining pack.
I feel like she's been taking that role a lot of times. It's just being there to be the catcher.
And the pivot.
And the pivot. And
so number 2 on the West Coast Junior Knockouts, Thrasher Crasher headed to the penalty box.
Cinderella was able to just dodge that hit really quickly and get lead jammer. See what they can make of it.
I thought 215 was crying. Acid Rain on the way to the box. I think they're just laughing.
You know, we are just playing wheelie sports out here, right? It's very intense, but also it's a little bit silly sometimes.
Cinderella coming back around, capitalizing on a really strung out pack, picking up 4 points. We've got a 2-town cider star pass to Silent but Deadly. That amazing pivot on Southside Revolution.
Cinderella's going to run this and get some more points.
They need the points. So Cinderella is really relying on the defensive capabilities of her team to hold Silent but Deadly from pulling any more points.
They cleared the penalty box. That makes a difference too. And there's the call.
Both of these teams evidently are very tired.
Yeah.
I can see some of the exhaustion there where it's just like, I could keep pushing, but I'm going to call it off.
Yeah.
It just feels better to do that.
But so impressed with the athleticism
Oh my
by
goodness.
these skaters, especially considering how much work they are doing today.
Fortunately, both teams are done for the day after this game.
Hope everyone
And only 24
sleeps well
points.
tonight.
Yeah, and only 24 points separating the two teams. Again, that's one good jam. And if you're going to have somebody do it, it's going to be Sam I Slam. Demon Cat jamming for the first time for Southside. Sam I Slam with some really quick feet there.
And it looks like we have a star pass. Yeah, there we go.
Sure do. To Princess Leia. Sam I Slam going ahead and calling it off. Picking up 3 points first.
And a timeout for West Coast Knockout.
We're going to go through all of our timeouts. As a reminder, even though I'm sure you've heard me say it a million times today, it is a Deb Counts Tabor welcome to PDX timeout. Deb Counts Tabor, the official realtor of the Rose City Rollers. 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes left in the game, and we've got 43 penalties for the West Coast Knockouts to 25 on the Rivals. Rivals have 2 in danger in the orange zone with 6 penalties. West Coast has 3 in the yellow with 5. And we've got 1 blocker in the box for West Coast Knockouts.
As a new coach, I'm still learning a lot about making these good use of time choices about when to stop the clock, have everyone take a breather, make sure we go into these last few jams in a really good headspace.
Strong and confident.
Make sure everyone is relaxed, focused on the right things.
Killer Kiwi and Flaming Diva both wearing the stars.
Princess Leia playing some great offense there. Love to see that. But it's Killer Kiwi who's your lead jammer.
Flaming Diva only about 10 feet behind and closing quickly. Oh, almost. Diva just barely going out of bounds.
Jumping the straightaway
Dropping the
there.
straightaway.
That is some evangelical nonsense there. Not everyone jumps the straightaway.
Number
Props, Diva.
13 on the Rivals. Tiger Lily fouling out with that last forearm. Again, with 90 seconds left in the game, not hugely impactful. Looks like we will have 1, maybe 2 more jams. Probably 1. You're the best, thank you.
If you're not excited yet for Game 5 of this big day of roller derby, just day 1 of Bridge City Riot.
Tomorrow we have 4 more games. And now we have our final timeout by Southside Revolution Rivals. All that's left are 2 official reviews, which can be used as a timeout.
We've got Gear Shift subbed into the box now because of that foul out. So they're starting with 3 blockers on the track for Southside.
And while I know the answer, I'm going to ask it anyways. For those who might be viewing the stream and may not know, if a skater fouls out, that just affects a single game, right? It does not affect their play in the rest of the tournament.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think it's just a 1-game thing.
I now am in this awkward position of knowing so much about soccer that I know how it would go in soccer, and I don't know how that necessarily goes in roller derby.
I'm
I believe
95% sure it is just a one. It's just a one-game thing.
it's a one-game thing. You're out for this game. You've had enough. Take a break. We'll see you tomorrow.
56 seconds left on the period clock, and we've got Flaming Diva and Sami Slam. An amazing jammer matchup this late in the game. There's a high block being called on Lightning McQuinn.
All right, and Flaming Diva is your lead jammer, has control of this jam.
So as long as Diva stays in it, all she needs to do is run out the period clock and then call it, and Southside will win. Sami Slam can even score a couple of points and it's going to be fine. Flaming Diva putting 4 up.
All right, Sami Slam out of that pack. Going to go threaten to score those points at very least.
Okay, there we go. And that is the end. Called off right at the last second, literally. We have an unofficial score of Southside Revolution Rifles 186 to the West Coast Knockouts 161. Rodent, that was an amazing game.
Thank you for inviting me to join you, Amna.
You are welcome whenever you want to come up here.
Such a pleasure to watch roller derby, to watch all of these wonderful young skaters. Everybody stick around.
For game number 5.
City Rosebuds All-Stars are up next playing Seattle Derby Brats.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and we'll see you in about half an hour.